Okay, the time is now 9:05 a.m. And Vice President Canepa, you can call the meeting to order.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It's 9 a.m. on the November 19th, 2024, and we are calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Start with the clerk of the board providing information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Members of the public, a live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom, please click the interpretation globe icon in your Zoom webinar controls and then select the Spanish language. At this time, I would like my colleague Victor Hernandez to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Suki. Good morning, Vice President Canepa, Honorable Supervisors, Mr. Callagy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Niblin, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, on point. Les queremos dejar saber que se les va a proporcionar en directo de toda esta reunión e interpretación en español. Para poder acceder lo que son los servicios de interpretación en directo, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono de un globo, es decir, un mundo, y después aparecerá su idioma, que sería el español, y seleccione el español. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for those instructions. I want to note that Supervisor Slocum is participating remotely in this meeting pursuant to the revisions of the Brown Act that allow for remote participation. The address from which he is participating is listed on the published agenda. Now we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. We have the roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Pine? Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Present.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Thank you. Supervisor Slocum?
Here.
Thank you. And Vice President Canepa?
Here.
Thank you. All present.
Wonderful. We'll now move to honoring the life of and board member comments. Do any supervisor have comments or things to share for honoring the life of? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to public comments. This is a portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdictions of the Board of Supervisors, but they're not on the agenda for today's meeting. For matters that are listed on the consent agenda, for matters that are set for closed session. Given the length of the agenda and that we're anticipating a good deal of public comment today, with the agreement of my colleagues, I intend to limit public comment to 1 minute today. Thank you. I'll ask is that okay with my colleagues for 1 minute time? Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start with public comment from those here in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We'll start with Joaquin Jimenez, followed by Patrice Masiocati.
Good morning. My name is Joaquin Jimenez. I am the mayor for the city of Half Moon Bay. But today I'm speaking as a concerned citizen. I've been living in the coast for over 38 years. I've seen the changes. I've gone through a lot of harassment by law enforcement. It was not until Cristina Corpus was elected that things changed in the coast for hundreds of people. Farm workers, essential workers in the coast, including myself, were being harassed by law enforcement, including the sheriff's deputies. In average, I used to get pulled over twice a month, average. Cristina Corpus changed that for our community. She represents our community. With that being said, I want to congratulate you for using the smoking mirrors. I want to congratulate you for using Supervisor Corso, woman of color, to remove the highest elected official in the sheriff's department. Yes, I am saying this. I'm claiming white supremacy.
Okay, next speaker.
Sure. And just to let the public know that if you're speaking on item number 4, you can hold off until that item comes up. So we'll go to Patrice Masiocati, followed by Deacon Laura McCombs.
Good morning. Patrice Messicat, Peers Board Director at Heart and Soul.
As you may have heard, Caminar Redwood House is scheduled to close on December 31st. The facility has been a cornerstone of mental health support in our communities for over 60 years and is the only crisis residential program servicing San Mateo County. They support people who've gone through recent mental health crisis to further stabilize and get connected to resources. Since its creation 5 years ago, Heart and Soul with the Hope program has successfully been partnering with Redwood House and the San Mateo BHRS facility, providing the most referral in our transitioning program from acute care to lower care and back to the community. Together with Redwood House, dedicated staff were making a real difference, not only in supporting residents' recovery toward independence, but also reducing rehospitalization throughout the county. Thanks for your priority.
Thank you. Deacon Laura McCombs, followed by India Harset. Sure, no problem. Number 4, yep. And our last comment from Chambers will be India Harset. Good, you can get closer to the mic. Yeah.
Okay, my name is India Hargit. I'm the Assistant Director for Caminar's Redwood House program. I'm just here to raise awareness and let you guys know it's scheduled to close at the end of this year. This is the only crisis residential mental health program in the county. We help people transition from hospitals, locked units, back into the community. Most of our clients do not have any income or resources. They struggle with chronic homelessness, substance abuse, and have little to no social supports. If Redwood House closes, this is going to limit a lot of their options for recovery and long-term stability. This is also going to cost taxpayer money and impact the system as a whole because more people are going to cycle through the jails and the hospitals. County mental health beds cost anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 and even more for contracted out-of-county beds, whether they're filled or not. Over 1,200 voters and taxpayers care about this issue. You have over 70 comments and impact statements available. And I just want to raise this to everyone's awareness that this is happening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No additional speakers from Chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. Just a reminder, public comment for consent agenda begins at item 18 through and including the end of the agenda at number 36, which is closed session. We have 3 hands raised. I'll start with Colette Bernard, followed by Martin Fox. Colette, please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Colette Bernard. I'm a manager of social work with psychiatry and addiction medicine at Stanford Healthcare. I understand the Caminar CEO announced impending closure of Redwood House for end of year. As was said, this is the only crisis residential mental health program in San Mateo County and serves as an alternative to hospitalization, providing services to individuals experiencing acute and distressing psychiatric symptoms. Our healthcare system values Redwood House because it allows hospitals like Stanford to refer patients who require psychosocial rehab and mental health treatment as a step down from acute hospitalization. If Redwood House closes, it would impact our system as more patients would be hospitalized and for longer periods of time instead of receiving the necessary treatment at the appropriate level of care. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to seek a solution in partnership with Caminar that will allow Redwood House to keep its doors open so it can continue to serve individuals in dire need of mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you, Colette. 7 hands, Martin Fox, followed by Olivia Altamirano. Martin,
clerk,
please unmute.
Through the
yes.
clerk, after this speaker, we'll go last call for speakers remotely.
Oh, sure, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Okay, Olivia, please unmute and begin. Our apologies, we have Martin Fox at this time. Martin, go ahead, please.
Good morning, my fellow veterans, President Salcom and Vice President Canepa. Mr. Niblin, Supervisor Corzo, Supervisor Mueller, and County Executive Mr. Callaghy, thank you for your service to the county. Please make the county safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by supporting a vigorous implementation of the Governor's Care Court program. Make the reintroduction and passage of the repeal of the Landerman-Peter Short Act a top county state legislative priority, the immediate implementation of Senate Bill 43, a top county health department priority, and defunding Disability Rights California and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. Eliminate them with a top county federal legislative priority. We need a Dorothea Dix-inspired, compassionate mental health treatment system that includes Redwood House. Now, thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Members of the public, at this time, we are making a final call to raise your hand for public comment. So after this last name that I announce at this time, we will not be taking any other raised hands. We do have 9 hands, so this is a last call to raise your hand for public comment. Okay, we now have 10 hands, and the last name that I will call is Sydney. So Sydney will be the 10th and final hand to be called. Olivia, please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Dr. Olivia Altamirano, and I am a clinical psychologist at Stanford Healthcare Psychiatry Department. I understand that the Kaminar CEO announced the impending closure of Redwood House, scheduled for December 31st, just over a month away from today. Redwood House is a vital crisis residential and patient facility. This is the only crisis mental health program in San Mateo County and is an alternative to hospitalization, providing services to individuals experiencing acute distressing psychiatric symptoms. Our healthcare ecosystem values Redwood House because it allows hospitals like Stanford Healthcare to discharge clients in a timely and clinically appropriate manner. The name Redwood House appears frequently during our inpatient hospital rounds as an appropriate place for discharge. If Redwood House closes, there would be major impacts. Our clients might experience longer waits on the inpatient unit because they have no other appropriate alternatives to Redwood House. Clients in the emergency department might have to stay in the emergency department longer. I encourage you to reconsider this.
Thank you. We'll now go to Dan Stejing, followed by Ronahu. Dan, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying that this includes item 4.
No,
Thank you. I withhold my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, I believe we are holding all comments related to the sheriff matter for item number 4, as that is related to that item.
That is correct.
Thank you. So Dan, I will go ahead and remove that. And we will now go to Ronahu, followed by Karen Lee. Ronahu, please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Dr. Ronahu from Stanford University School of Medicine. I'm speaking as a current member of the Stanford faculty treating patients with serious mental illness, and also as a former medical director for 20 years, 1998 to 2018, of the acute locked-in patient unit. Redwood House was one of our most commonly referred to places for after the hospitalization. It's known that after hospitalization, if people don't go to an appropriate place, there's a much higher risk of relapse, and this affects not only the patient and their family, but the community as a whole. The cost of inpatient hospitalization is very large, and this is borne by the families, the patients, and the members of the community. And the effects of people who have been hospitalized for danger to others, danger to self, and grave disability is huge. I thank you for considering keeping this important resource in our community. It will benefit everyone.
Thank you. Karen Lee, followed by Erica Chow. Karen, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Karen Lee. I'm a supervising inpatient psychiatrist at San Mateo Medical Center. I also just want to emphasize the need to keep Redwood House open and understand that it is planned right now to close December 31st, 2024. In addition to what everyone has said in terms of it being the only crisis residential treatment program that is available. I also want to emphasize that our county does not contract with any sort of intensive outpatient program or partial hospitalization program. And so it is really, truly one of the only resources and one of the best resources we have for voluntary intensive outpatient treatment. And the closure of Redwood House would undoubtedly cause greater burden not only on hospitals for prolonged hospital stays and emergency rooms, but also on the locked mental health rehabilitation centers, which already have extensive wait lists, as well as outpatient community mental health clinics and shelters. And so I also want to encourage the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to seek a solution in partnership with Caminar that will allow Redwood House to keep its doors open.
Thank you, Karen. Erica Chow, followed by Catherine Sanborn. Erica, please unmute and begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dr. Erica Tsao. I'm a resident psychiatrist at the San Mateo BHIS, and I work on the 3AV inpatient psychiatric unit. We work very closely with Redwood House in planning our discharges with patients, and so I reiterate, along with everyone's voices, about the importance of keeping Redwood House open without this as the sole crisis support center for discharge. There's also a greater likelihood of increased homelessness and lack of options for our patients to discharge to. Thank you for further considering the keeping Redwood House open.
Thank you. Catherine Sanborn, followed by Laura. Catherine, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Catherine Sanborn. I'm the Chief of Inpatient Psychiatry at Stanford Healthcare and the Department of Psychiatry. I'm also an inpatient attending who frequently takes care of the patients that are most vulnerable in our communities. These are often patients that are unhoused and also are dealing with chronic mental illness. When we stabilize them and they leave the hospital, it is pretty rare that they're actually in a place where they can manage fully only being able to see a psychiatrist once a month, which is what they would get if they don't have the option to receive further treatment at a facility like Redwood House. So we fully are concerned about it closing and the impact on these vulnerable patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, followed by Ron Snow. Laura, please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Laura Pointer, and I'm a social worker at Stanford Healthcare's inpatient psychiatry unit. I also understand that Redwood House is closing at the end of the year, and Redwood House is the only crisis residential facility we are able to refer to from the hospital in this county. It would have a huge impact. This is the only place individuals can go for continued stabilization post-hospitalization if they're needing continued support and monitoring. I think this would impact us significantly in terms of increasing recidivism rates, increasing the length of hospital stay, and I think also increasing the likelihood that people are discharging to less than safe discharge plans if there's limited options for where they can go and what they need. So I would urge that it is considered that you work with Caminar to keep Redwood House open.
Thank you. Ron Snow, followed by Diane Wakeham. Ron, please unmute and begin.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. This is unrelated to item number 4. I would like to have the board take extra steps towards transparency by releasing all the information and steps the county and the supervisors had taken in requesting the investigation conducted by Judge Cordell. That report seems flawed, and the public needs to have information to effectively understand what and county supervisors.
Mr. Snow, we're reserving comments to item 4, and I just want to make sure that I'm respecting the public in doing so. So I would hold those comments for item 4. So I appreciate it. Is there anything else that you have to say outside of item 4?
Yeah, my understanding of item 4 was whether you was up to the board to request a charter change by putting something on the ballot. It was not associated with the sheriff per se.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much for your public comment. Next speaker.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, comments related to the sheriff are being reserved for item number 4. So any sheriff-related comments are being reserved for item 4. Diane Wickham, followed by our last comment for Sydney. Diane, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Diane, and I am a homeowner in Redwood City and a doctor working at Stanford School of Medicine, and I'm a parent of teenagers with mental health challenges. And I wanted to add my voice to the chorus, asking you to reconsider the closure of Redwood House at the end of the year. As someone who has paid into our special health district in my taxes for many years, it distresses me to hear that we're losing a pillar of mental health that serves our community. And as a parent who has looked at residential options for my children before, I believe that there really aren't enough options for families in distress, and losing the only one in the county is quite a blow, and would urge you to please find options to continue these vital services. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to our last called speaker, Sydney. Sydney, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Sydney Hoff. I'm the program manager of Felton Institute Remind and Beam Early Psychosis Teams in San Mateo County. I would like to speak to the continued funding of Redwood House. Redwood House is a pillar of San Mateo County and a great crisis stabilization unit. It has been a escalation of care for our early psychosis teams, sort of the opposite to what we've been talking about thus far, where hospitalizations have been referring down to it. So in a sense, it has been a diversion for hospitalization for early psychosis. And hospitalization, as we know, is one of the most expensive forms of treatment. So Redwood House has been saving the county thousands of dollars over time. I hope that through the board's guidance, they can explore an expansion of funding through Prop 1, which has additional funds for housing services, which this might fall into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sydney. Mr. Vice President, that concludes public comment.
Great. Thank you very much. I understand we have, is it one comment?
Two more speakers, Mr. Vice President.
Two more speakers.
Right.
You know, just for the public moving forward, as we move forward with these meetings, once we do last call, and I, you know, as a courtesy, I will grant this now, but moving forward, we do last call just in terms of what's fair and equitable. We're not going to be taking future cards, okay? So with that, we'll take those 2 cards. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Lynn Rivas, followed by Diana Dino.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Lynn Rivas. I'm with the California Association of Mental Health Peer-Run Organizations, represent peer services providers across the state. And first, I just wanted to say that Redwood House has an excellent reputation in the state of California for providing services in the community. And the other thing I wanted to say is that inpatient services, when you're an inpatient in a hospital situation, though it provides help for your situation, it's also very traumatizing. And to be discharged into a place like Redwood House, that's a home-like setting, is so important to their mental health and their well-being going forward. And I really encourage you to continue to support these vital services in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Diana Dino.
Hello, my name is Diana. I work at Redwood House. I'm the discharge coordinator there. And I just wanted to speak on the importance of Redwood House for the community and for our clients with severe mental illness as a way to heal and get services that they may have not been connected to for some time or have not been connected to at all, to prevent them from getting rehospitalized, maybe being on the streets or going to jail. The place helps provide eyes on them so we know what kind of support to give them. And it's a tragedy that it's closing down. I fear for the clients for however long they won't be without that support, what's going to happen to them, where they'll go. Because we still have a lot of clients who come back years later, or even just to come visit and say hi. So I think it's comforting for them to know that we support them even when they're not our clients anymore. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Through the county executive, one of the things I'd like to understand more in depth, and not now, but maybe through a written report, is to understand the closure of Redwood House and what the impacts are to the communities, and why that is certainly occurring. So I don't need an update today. If you want to speak on it, you're more than welcome. If not, I just maybe for the board to have a written report on it would be helpful, so we can really understand what's happening.
Sure. It's really multifaceted and has to do with not only reimbursements, but the amount of clientele they're getting there, the ability for them to obtain and retain staff. So it really is multifaceted. Happy to have, I believe Dr. Africa distributed a memo to the board. I'm happy to have him come in person and talk to the board about this at another board meeting, or to update each of you individually, whatever you desire.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate. I mean, this has been the second meeting where we've had extensive public comment on this matter. So I think really kind of understanding the issue. I think your suggestion about having Dr. Africa do a presentation is wise, and I think that maybe that's the best course moving forward.
We will endeavor to get him at the next board meeting then.
Thank you so much for doing that. Our colleagues, are there any comments or questions? I want to just thank all of those who shared their comments. We'll now take action to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda. I do want to move an item. I'd like to move item 11. That's the coroner's item, right after item 4. My understanding is, we do have performance presentations thereafter, but the coroner's item really is pretty administrative, and probably doesn't warrant any comments unless the coroner would like to comment. You certainly do that. So with that, are there any objections? Okay. So Supervisor Corzo?
No objections, but I'm happy to move that motion.
Okay, there's a Supervisor Corzo. Second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Corzo made the motion, seconded by Supervisor Pine. I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Slocum?
Yes.
And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. We got presentations and awards. We'll now move to presentation and awards. We'll start with item 1, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating the week of November 18th through 22nd as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors week. Very tough job. Board President Slocum is sponsoring this item. Supervisor Slocum, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to kick off our meeting today, designating November 18th through the 22nd as California Clerks of the Board of Supervisors Week. As we all know, clerks of the boards of supervisors perform many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of citizens to an open and accessible government. And they have the vital responsibility, in part, of preserving and maintaining the public record of all board meetings. I'd like to suggest that the San Mateo County has two, I think, and I know you will join me, of the best clerks of the board in California. And they certainly deserve our respect, recognition, and certainly our gratitude. Sukmani Purewal has been assistant clerk for the board for over 10 years. And Sherry Goldstand has been deputy clerk for our board for also over 10 years. So they've both served with distinction for a very long time. Both were in San Mateo County during the pandemic when board meetings were virtual and exceptionally complicated. Both have maintained a level of professionalism for many meetings that our board holds, including the already many special board meetings this year. And it's worth noting that the process of assembling a board agenda and carrying out the meeting is exceptionally complicated with strict deadlines, and they've always risen to the occasion. Also, they clerk for several boards and commissions, and each of those holds Suki and Sherry in the highest esteem. And as president of the Board of Supervisors, I have worked with both of them very closely during my tenure, these last 12 years, and especially as president. And I can just tell you that they're both exceptionally professional individuals. And not only that, but they're very fine people and very easy and flexible to work with. So on behalf of my colleagues, thank you to Suki and Sherry for all the work that you do. You're both highly valued and highly appreciated. And just a special note that District 4, that is Susie Castoria, has made one of her famous cakes for you all to share after the meeting. So thank you once again, colleagues. I'm sure that you'd like to add your perspectives and say a few words. Thank you.
Great. I'd also like to know if the county executive as well as the county attorney would like to make some comments. Should we just start there? What, county attorney?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for a couple minutes. It would be, I think it's important for us to note that there's no way that we as the County Attorney's Office could do our job in support of the board or the County Executive's Office without the assistance and frankly, the really extraordinary efforts of Mr. Purwall and Ms. Golistan. They just are incredible collaborators and partners as we as you were noting, Mr. President, just the amount of work that goes into assembling an agenda, the amount of work that goes into making sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, really hard to overstate. So again, we just really have appreciated the collaboration of the clerk's office and just our partnership as we support the board.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this because it's something near and dear to my heart, certainly, because I get to see Suki and Sherry at work every day. And we get to see the outcome here of this agenda and how everything runs smoothly and how these meetings run so smoothly. But behind the scenes, there is a ton of work, a ton of last-minute jockeying to make sure that this all comes together. And I can think of two no more professional people than Suki and Sherry in putting this together. I just want to emphasize how lucky we are as a county to have these two individuals working for us. They are not only a pleasure to work with and so professional, but they do it with a great sense of humor and a great seriousness of dedication, understanding that transparency is imperative in what we do and getting this out to the county constituents and to all those who are interested in the agenda. So I just want to take this opportunity to personally thank both of you for the professionalism and dedication and service that you've committed to San Mateo County.
Thank you. I just wanted to also thank Suki and Sherry. Not only do they ensure that we run these meetings smoothly, but they honestly navigate so many hurdles that at times we throw at them, not on purpose, but because the work is busy, and they always handle that with grace and care and receptiveness. So I want to thank the both of you for everything that you do. It's work that is mostly invisible to the public, but they benefit from it greatly every single day. So thank you so much for helping us run our county government smoothly and for being reliable and always present.
I too wanted to thank Suki and Sherry for their extraordinary work. We are just so fortunate to have people of your caliber putting together the agendas. You also manage the staffing of our commissions, which is an enormous job given the number of commissions that we have. And you handle any obstacle that comes your way. and do so with great care and great grace. So thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment to Suki and Sherry. Everyone talks about your jobs. I really think that you're both cultural cornerstones for the county. Everything that we do touches and runs through your office, and it runs through your office and your work, oftentimes with different levels of intensity. And the way that you always respond, the kindness, the integrity, the attention to detail, it permeates through the rest of the organization back out. And on top of it, the dedication, Suki, I see to your family every day, traveling great distance to be here, and then just the integrity with which you approach the job. It's just, we're very, very lucky. I'm very grateful.
I just want to thank you. Suki and Sherry's role expands. You mentioned the commissions and the clerk of the board, but what a lot of people don't know, and Suki, that's how I first met Suki, was through the Council of Cities. And so Suki conducts elections for various cities, for Bay Area regional appointments. And I think one of the things, this is a very, as mentioned, very stressful job. It's putting all these things together for the board at the last minute. There's a lot of pressure coming from you from a lot of different directions, but both of you have been able to really handle this job with grace, and I think grace is important, especially nowadays. So I really want to thank you for your leadership, both of you. And with that, I know you were going to correct me, Suki. We'll take public comment, and then we'll have you and Sherry make some comments, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I guess everybody wants to speak here today, so no comments from chambers. I do see one hand raised in Zoom. Dan Stegink.
Dan Stegnik. Mr. Stegnik.
Please proceed.
Thank you, supervisors. I'd like to thank Suki and Sherry also. I have a unique viewpoint. I've spoken in the last 2 years at 32 different county supervisors across the state, 7 in July alone, promoting 2 ultimately successful ballot measures. All of them were courteous, but perhaps you don't realize that at least half the counties in California are run in somewhat disarray at county meetings. It's a real professional job you guys do administratively here. It's appreciated. And without getting too personal, I'll just say that clerks in an adjacent county make almost double the base salary that these guys do. So give them a raise. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Suki.
Okay.
Any comments? You're on this side of the mic now.
Well, I wrote this in the last 5 minutes. So, okay. With all these nice comments and gestures, I'm sitting here and I'm gloating. It does seem like I run the county. No, Mike Calgi does. Well, I don't want to get fired, while getting recognition. So Mike is the boss. Well, he's the clerk of the board, and we follow his lead. I love the work I do, and I work with great people, not only in my department but with all the departments in the county. We're here to help the people of San Mateo County and the Board of Supervisors. I would like to read a quote. It talks about municipality, city manager, and city council. However, we can change that to include the county executive, and the Board of Supervisors. But nonetheless, the message that comes across from this quote applies equally to all the clerks, whether it be city, courts, or the county. Quote, "No other office in municipal service has so many contacts. It serves the mayor, the city council, the city manager, and all administrative departments without exception. All of them call upon it almost daily for some service or information. Its work is not spectacular, but it demands versatility, alertness, accuracy, and no end of patience. The public does not realize how much loose ends of the city administration this office pulls together. Professor William Bennett Monroe from 1934. Though much has changed in the structure of municipality and county government since 1934, but much of this is still true. In conclusion, I want to give a shout out to my partner in crime, Sherry Goldstein, Sheena Hung, Frisia, Angela Montez, Rob Bartoli, Mercedes Segura, Hannah Armshaw, and many other great clerks who help with outstanding clerking duties. That's it.
Thank you. Sherry, why don't you come on up? Sherry, do you have anything to say? I'm
so used to being on this side that I wasn't prepared to speak today, but I'm really honored and flattered that we're getting recognized across California as clerks of the board, and I just want to thank everyone for this honor and Supervisor Slocum for sponsoring this proclamation. But mostly I want to thank my partner in crime, Sukmani, because this work wouldn't have been as pleasurable through all these years without him. Our leader, Mike Callaghy, of course, he is the clerk of the board, so his leadership has been instrumental throughout all of these years to us. One thing that I've reflected on, which I was asked recently, is what is my favorite thing as a clerk, which kind of got me thinking about the history of clerking and just record keeping in general. And whenever we go into our archives, it kind of feels like you're stepping back in time. Just the books itself, they just feel like you're in history and county history. And so, you know, every resolution that this board passes, every ordinance, every proclamation, every board meeting, every public comment, it becomes a part of our history. I get very emotional about this because, you know, we don't know 100 years from now who's going to open our record books, who's going to watch our meetings, and who is going to see what they see and hear what they hear. But all of this becomes part of our history, and we are so proud to be part of this county and the decisions that our board makes. We really have a prestigious board. We're so lucky, even as clerks, to be part of this board. I can't even tell you. So, you know, looking back at these records from the 1900s, I just remember looking at the way they would keep the records and being so appreciative of the detail. At one point, I even looked at the book and I just said, thank you, because I knew that it took a clerk to keep that record. And I knew that that clerk 100 years ago didn't know who's going to open that book and what they're going to read or if they would read it. But they took it with such care because they knew someday somebody would. And that's the way Suki and I approach our records, because we know that someday somebody might look at our record. We don't know who or when. It might be 100 years from now, 200 years from now. But we want to make sure that we do it with honor, and that when they do look at our record, it reflects our board and our people in the way that it should, and the way that it was meant to, and the way that it was spoken. And so we take great care in that. And I really hope that that's a reflection of the way that all of California clerks take their records, and I believe that it is and that it should be. And so I also believe that this board, you know, carries that legacy forward. And, you know, someday when that clerk comes along in 100 plus years, that they will read our chapters and thank us for the record keeping and the legacy that we have left behind. So with that, I just want to thank everyone again for honoring us, and thank our board for the leadership and our county executive. So, and thank you.
All right, so Supervisor Slocum, would you like to make a motion?
I certainly would, but let me just comment. Wasn't that well said by both Sukmani and Sherry? really proud to serve with them. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve a proclamation designating the week of November 18th through the 22nd, 2024 as California Clerk of the Boards of Supervisors Week.
Second.
I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Slocum?
Yes.
And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We have a beautiful proclamation here for you. Little more. Right there. That's good. Squeeze in a little bit. Thank you.
All right, we'll now move to item 2, presentation of a resolution honoring and commending the Zope Italian Family Circus. I'm sponsoring this resolution. I'm going to share a few words about the Zope Italian Family Circus and this resolution. The Zope Italian Family Circus, founded 181 years ago, has returned to Redwood City for its 17th year, delighting audiences of all ages with a spectacular 2-hour performance that embodies the tradition of old world Italian circus acts. The Zope Italian Family Circus, with its intimate 500-seat tent and unique one-ring format, immerses audiences in a captivating experience led by Giovanni Zope and his beloved character, Nino the Clown, that's driven by a central narrative that incorporates acrobatics, equestrian artistry, and clowning. I had a chance to bring my family to the circus, and we were all totally memorized. Redwood City holds special significance for the Zope family, where the circus has set up its tent for the past 17 years, including the touching moment when Giovanni's son, Julian Veneto Zope, was introduced to the family circus tradition just 6 days after his birth at Sequoia Hospital, and where their grandfather, Alberto, gave his final performance, passing on the cherished legacy. Today, the board commends the Zope Italian Family Circus for its remarkable contributions to the cultural life of Redwood City, for its dedication to preserving and sharing the treasured traditions of Italian circus arts, and for creating an experience that continues to inspire, entertain, and connect our community. The circus has a way of connecting people in a very meaningful and powerful way, and its tents will be here in Redwood City, just a few blocks from here until December 1st. With that, I'd like to welcome Giovanni Zope, the great Nino the Clown, and any of his family to say a few words and to accept this honorary resolution on behalf of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors.
They told me I'm coming to a government office, so I brought my broom to clean up. Should I start here? No. Ciao. Buongiorno. Buongiorno a tutti. I was going to bring my entire family, but they're sleeping. They're artists. This is such an honor for us. You know what? Forget this.
As David mentioned, my family's been doing this for some generations, over 7 generations actually. I was going to bring a Zope sign and a new number to put up there, Zope, and change 1856 to 1842.
Wow.
Because our family started a few years before this county. Long, long time. This city means so much to us. It really does. As David mentioned, my son was born here 15 years ago at Sequoia Hospital. He performed in a ring for the first time here in Redwood City. My father, this was the very last place my father performed in Redwood City. I have a picture of him in a ring here. Our very first year we were here. Then my son was born and he was there next year. It's just turning the page. So it's really just an honor, and I can't express more appreciation for this. And I'm caught off guard a little bit because I thought this was 11 o'clock, to tell you the truth. I thought it was 11 o'clock, and I was over there just taking my time, getting dressed and stuff. And somebody showed up and said, "No, you got to be there in 10 minutes." Like, what? So I did have other people coming with me, but there weren't. Oh, one is here. Go ahead.
Hey, louder! Hey. Hey. Character of Franz from Frankfurt, Germany. Ja, Franz. Guten Abend. Guten Morgen. Ja, guten Morgen. Ich bin kein Berliner. Ich bin ein Frankfurter. It's a JFK reference. Let me get my hat. I missed my hat. I'm sorry. Very sorry. You know what he said, right? He asked if you like hot dogs.
I just really want to thank you. Just a little background too. My son, we've been going to this circus, and I want to recognize a couple of people. I want to recognize Ian Bain. I want to recognize Robert Folkart, Robin. We were able to watch it together, and it was really what you've done in terms of the creativity and the spontaneity is you really bring people together in ways, and to see the audience and how they're able just to get so excited, all going and doing things that are just amazing to the eye. You've seen a little bit. I would encourage everyone to go to the circus. This is the circus like no other. And it's the talent, the people that you have there, and the passion. This family business has gone on longer than this county has existed. That longevity says a lot. I hope your family's proud. I hope you're proud of what you've done and making people smile and be happy. And so thank you very much. Are there any comments on this particular item? Any public comments, Suki?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers. Members of the public, if you wish to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand now. All right, no hands are raised.
And you know what I'd love to see, and you see all these cameras. I'm not talking about those cameras. I'm talking about people with their cameras. It's really a testament to who you are and just making people feel good about themselves. And so with that, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Thank you, Dave. All those in favor?
I'll take the roll call.
Aye.
Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller? Thank you. Supervisor Slocum?
Yes.
And Supervisor Canepa?
That's a yes.
Thank you.
And
Motion
so, so with that, if you'd like to join me, it'd be great. That'd be fine.
Wow, wow, wow.
Okay, on three.
Woohoo! Party time! Good old Italian song.
Okay. I guess the circus is leaving. So it's now time to consider matters set for a specified time. We'll start with item 3, set for 9 a.m. or thereafter, a public hearing to consider an ordinance adopting the Health Department's proposed amendments to the Environmental Health Service Division fee schedule and introduction of this ordinance. This item comes from County Health, and I'm supposing that we'll have a presentation at this time from Health. Can you please go ahead? Ms. Forshey.
Good morning, Vice President Canepa, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Niblin. That was a very hard act to follow. But I do want to pause just briefly. From behind this podium, I want to thank you, Suki and Sherry. You make this a lot easier, so thank you. All right. Well, I'm here this morning to talk about introducing a fee package for environmental health services. As you know, environmental health services provides unique, primarily mandated public health and environmental health protection services, community and business education, and regulatory oversight through the technical expertise of its staff. Programs include oversight of retail food sales, commercial swimming pools, businesses that store chemicals and medical waste, body art, businesses that may impact stormwater, tobacco retailers, septic system and well installation and repairs, small public water systems, farm worker housing, apartment buildings and hotels, and contaminated property cleanup, along with complaints that pertain to the above and more. EHS is an enterprise department whose fees are expected to cover the program costs. We're historically receiving approximately 1% of our revenues from net county cost. 83% of our revenues come from fees we charge for services, 12% from fees from Ox Mountain tipping fees, 4% from state grants. EHS has been challenged with increasing costs combined with delayed implementation of fee increases, which together created and exacerbated annual structural deficits for the last 5 years, depleting one-time savings. At the end of the 2-year budget period, fiscal 23-25, Environmental Health Services projects revenue shortfalls of $3.2 million. County Health is addressing this shortfall with one-time savings. Permit fees and fees for services related to regulatory functions are 83% of our revenue, and salary and benefits for 85 FTEs are 79% of our costs. EHS fee increases were last approved by the board in October of 2022, after being delayed in the spring of 2020 and again in the spring of 2022 by concerns over impacts fee increases might have on businesses during and after the pandemic. Prior to the increase approved in fall of 2022, the last fee increase was approved by the board in June of 2015. Beginning in fiscal year 18-19, EHS began experiencing a structural deficit due to increases in costs, which have continued to grow. A fee study was completed in fiscal year 19-20 by an outside consultant for a fee package eventually brought to the board in October of 2022 and approved for implementation in July of 2023. This resulted in a fee package being implemented 4 years later using a combination of mostly fiscal year 19-20 and some fiscal year 22-23 revenues and expenses. The new fees were not adequate to cover expenses for fiscal year 23-24. Fees, which are based on the calculated hourly rate, would need to be increased from $249 an hour to $311 per hour necessary to achieve full cost recovery. In order to maintain current service levels, another funding mechanism is required until fees are increased to obtain full cost recovery. Without adequate funding, staffing levels will be impacted, given that salary and benefits represent 79% of environmental health's budget. Without adequate staffing, many programs administered by EHS would not meet program mandates, including those set by the state. The fee proposal before you today would allow an adjustment of EHS fees annually moving forward. $311 per hour is necessary for full cost recovery this fiscal year. To reduce the impact of a needed 25% increase in fees this fiscal year, an alternative is to create a smaller increase January of 2025 and a larger increase in January of 2026, effectively smoothing fee increases over 2 years. The first year would see an increase in the hourly rate from the current $249 to $286. The cost recovery versus budgeted expenses would increase from the current 80% to 86%. By the end of fiscal year 24-25. Fees for January 2026 will increase using the hourly rate from $286 to $311 plus the published Consumer Price Index for fiscal year 24-25 and most current cost of living adjustment in place as of January 1st of 2026. For example, if a CPI of 2.5% and a COLA of 5% are used, the hourly rate would be $332. The cost recovery versus expenses would increase from 86% to 90% by the end of fiscal year 25-26. All subsequent years' fees would be adjusted in January of each year and would incorporate the percentage change to the CPI published for the prior fiscal year for all expenses except for salaries and benefits, which would now also increase by the prior calendar year's approved COLA. Using COLAs for changes to salary and benefit costs more closely captures the actual cost increases for this specific and largest expense. The county proposes to smooth the increases over 2 years by providing a subsidy of up to $2.22 million in fiscal year 25-26 and $2.38 million in fiscal year 26-27 to environmental health services in order to ensure current service levels continue to be met. In subsequent years, fees would be increased using the CPI COLA calculation, which has been reviewed and approved by the CEO each year in January, beginning in January of 2027, unless fees are otherwise approved by the board. As you can see by the graph, the subsidy required to maintain current service levels and ensure program mandates are met will increase annually as the gap grows between projected cost increases and fee revenues. Using this CPI/COLA methodology for annual increases will not keep up with actual cost increases. However, adjusting fees annually using this methodology will decrease the magnitude and frequency of larger corrections to the fees, which need to align with actual costs. EHS will return to the board every 2 to 4 years to realign fees to actual costs after performing a thorough study of the fees and reviewing the methodology with the county executive's office. Outreach has been performed via email and mail to all permitted businesses, with them receiving a notice advising them that fee increases will be considered. The notices were in 3 languages, in English, Spanish, and Simple Chinese. Additionally, letters were sent to the California Restaurant Association, the Golden Gate Restaurant Association, the Bay Area Apartment Association, and the Harbor Industrial Association. A public notice was also published in the local paper. Our website has been updated with information about the proposed fee increases, along with a set of FAQs, and staff have been and are continued to be prepared to answer questions. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Forche? Supervisor Pine.
What type of feedback have you received from the community, from your outreach?
We have received fewer than 20 phone calls, more or less asking about the details of the fees, and some expressing discontent with fee increases as we expected.
Can you please share when the last time was that fees were increased?
Fees were last increased in August of 2017. Oh, I'm sorry, July of 2023.
Thank you.
Yeah, that actually kind of flows into my question, because I had one constituent reach out and indicated that a 4-unit apartment building fee jumped in 2023 from 178 to 313. Is that right?
I believe it is correct. In 2019, 2020, with a fee consultant, we evaluated the average amount of time that it would take to perform the service, and we adjusted all of the fees at that point.
So what they're saying, their concern is, they're saying it's going from 178 in 2013 to 331 and then to 380. So in just 3 years, it's going to more than double. Is that right?
Without looking at that particular fee, the fee from 2023 to this year would go up approximately 15%.
I have one more question. Without these fee increases, what are the incomes you would expect to see on the overall county budget? Right now, the fees are not paying for the amount of labor and time from staff, correct?
Correct. So our structural deficit right now at the end of this fiscal year is $3.2 million for over 2 fiscal years. This latest fiscal year, it's 1.8 budget deficit that health has provided one-time funding to subsidize. Next year, it would be about $2.22 million, and after. It would continue to grow without fee increases to keep up with the increased costs of salaries and benefits, which are, again, approximately 80% of our costs.
Thank you.
No, I mean, I'll just share my difficulty that I'm having right now is that until this was raised to me by this constituent, I didn't realize how much it jumped last year to this year. And it's not in the report of how much we've gone from 2022 to where we'll be going, where we will be ultimately going. And so trying to understand that and make a policy decision on each one is a little more difficult. Specifically, for the small number of apartment units, 4 to 25. When I look at them and I compare that to the 24 to 99, there's a disparate impact in terms of what the fee amount is on a per unit basis in terms of the raise. And so I'm trying to, and when you see it jump that much over the 2-year period, it's something I'm trying to just, as I look at fees like this, try to make a policy, trying to figure out where you make policy choices.
If I may, through the chair, these are always difficult decisions to make, but we're already subsidizing this enterprise fund, which is mandated by the state and that we have to adhere to. As we know, we've had considerable inflation over the years, and salaries have gone up. And in order to keep up with that, we're trying to come up with a formula that will address this holistically, much like sewer rates and everything else that we have to keep up with. It's very unfortunate, but it's built into the system. We already are subsidizing this and continue to subsidize this for a period of time, unfortunately. But it's a way of trying to smooth the path to a point where the general fund is not taking such a enormous hit. So we never like to raise rates, and it's always difficult, but unfortunately necessary to keep up with the cost of living.
Just a question. In terms of the fees, can you talk a little bit about what we did in the pandemic? Did we adjust fees higher? Did we reduce fees? Can you talk a little bit about, was there a forgiveness program? I think that would provide greater context and flavor. And I think one of the things that County Executive Callaghy had talked about that concerns me as a policymaker is especially when dealing with sewer rates, right? And so with sewer rates, if you don't raise them appropriately over a period of time, you jump from A to B, which creates a huge variance. So can you speak a little bit about the sort of the pandemic and what we did at that time?
Certainly. During the pandemic, American Rescue Act funds were used to provide feed credits to many of our permit holders, including apartments and hotels that had swimming pools, and the vast majority of restaurants and other businesses that were identified. And that occurred over, I believe, over 2 years. And so many of the businesses received 100% credits for at least one of those 2 years, and then a smaller group received a full fee credit for a second year. So they were not paying fees for a 2-year period.
3 or 2 years?
2-year period.
A 2-year period. Okay. Thank you for answering that question. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay. So seeing that, with that, we're going to move the public hearing. With unanimous consent, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do I have unanimous consent? Seeing I do. This public hearing is open. This item comes to us from the health system, and we've already heard from the health system staff. So let's see what we have in regards to public comment here and then remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers we do have one. Okay. You can come up and speak and then mention your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Peter Baracus. I live in San Mateo County, and I own an apartment building in San Mateo County. I am the constituent Supervisor Mueller talked about. The EHS fee did go from $178 to $331 in 1 year, from 23 to 24. When I called in EHS, they told me it was a one-time fee increase to cover a consulting engagement that the county had embarked on. I've since read their consulting agreement, and it was mentioned by this woman who just spoke a moment ago. And I also understand there were I paid my fee every year, but nothing went up during the kind of the COVID time period. But I must say, over the last 20 years I've owned this particular apartment building, my fees have gone up. I won't say every year, but they've gone up. Whatever mechanism there was, they've gone up. So the whole notion like they haven't gone up is to me, is inaccurate. But I understand, and I appreciate what EHS does. I mean, it's San Mateo County. It's a top 10 resident. I only have a minute? That's not going to get the job done.
Okay. Thank you. You can wrap up.
Boy, okay. I didn't know it was a minute only. This is a serious subject.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm against this proposal, and all the research I've done and the consulting report that I've read that the county has done, there's never been that I've seen a cost review. A cost justification. How are we spending money today? Can we be more efficient? As far as the state funding and the state mandates, if state funding goes away, which I understand may happen, maybe some of the obligations to the state go away as well. The state can't run their shop properly. I mean, I think that lets this county off the hook to do certain things. So I would say any fixed and systemic price increase is a bad idea, and the basis of which this started. I mean, I'm already 86% up on 133% over 2 years, and then it's a systemic way to go up. It's not fair to the landlord.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have any remote comments?
Sure. No additional speakers from this room. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
We have one hand raised for Chris Cavagioli. Chris, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I agree with the speaker that just spoke. We should not consent to a company that just wants to keep increasing rates because they're just going to screw us. I would say that we will say no. We'll just cancel a contract with them, find another vendor that can provide the service at less cost, or just cancel the service completely because it's not necessary anymore.
Thank you, Chris. No more speakers, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've heard public comment. With unanimous consent, we're going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. Any comment or discussion from my colleagues at this point? Supervisor Corso.
I'd just like to say that, closing a structural deficit is not an easy thing to do. I know that the last thing you or the department would want to see is a fee increase, but we have to keep in mind that we have many, many departments, and we encourage all of our departments to make tough decisions so that they're not running on a structural deficit, because when they do, that impacts other parts of the county budget. So while this is tough and not something that I enjoy doing, I will be supporting this fee increase.
Supervisor Mueller.
For myself today, I actually do need more information. I'd like to see the 2022 fees before, just for each item before it was raised. And also, when we met in meetings, I wanted to see what the actual travel time was for our folks as compared to other counties, to see how that, what that compared, if there was a way that we can go ahead on a cost basis, compare what other counties' costs were to us, and then what the travel time was on basis, the amount, and also the amount of time other counties were spending on these, so we could figure out really a county by county comparison. I won't vote against this today out of courtesy to my colleagues, but I am going to abstain on it.
Just have a question, and I just want to be respectful of my colleague. Is this a time-sensitive matter, or could we continue this another 2 weeks to really maybe answer Supervisor Mueller's questions or comments? Is there a timeline?
There is no strict timeline to this, no, but the fees, if passed, it requires 2 readings from the board. And so I would just advise that that's required as well.
Supervisor Mueller, would you be willing to...
if you all want to put it over so I can get that data, I would like to look at how, because if you look in each one of these subject areas, that jump and on the 4-unit apartment surprised me, and I really would like to make a policy decision in some of these areas to see what the jump is in some of these other areas.
So colleagues, I believe that this is my opinion. I think, as respect for our colleague, giving him more time, I think is appropriate. I just love to see where other board members are relative to that. Supervisor Slocum or Supervisor Corzo or Supervisor Pine.
I'll jump in really quickly and say that I had a pretty thorough meeting with Heather where we did go through, there were memos that were written to us as a board where there were comparisons. I don't see them here in the slide deck, but we do have them already. And, I'll defer to the rest of the board, but I do believe that we were given opportunities to review that information, and I think we have a lot of pressing matters before us as a board, and I would encourage us to kind of take things off of, like, just move things forward as they should move forward, so that we can focus on other areas.
Supervisor Slocum?
I'm prepared to support this matter.
Okay. Supervisor Pine?
I'd be open to taking the 2-week extension.
Okay. So with that, is there a motion on the table, Supervisor Pine? Supervisor Mueller?
I'll move to continue the matter 2 weeks.
All right. Supervisor Pine?
Second.
Okay. A roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corso?
No.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Slocum?
No.
Thank you. And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes with Supervisor Corso and Slocum casting a nay vote, and this item is being continued.
And just so we're clear through county, the county attorney's office, I want this item continued at the next board meeting.
December 3rd. Okay.
Understood. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is item 4, set for 9:15 a.m. or thereafter, introductions of an ordinance calling for a special election to be held on March 4th, 2025, for the purpose of voting on an amendment to the San Mateo County Charter, granting the Board of Supervisors authority to remove an elected sheriff for cause by a 4/5 vote, and others associated matters, and waiving the reading of the ordinance in its entirety. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Corso and Supervisor Mueller. Supervisor Corso and Mueller, I will ask you for any introductory remarks that you may want to offer.
I can go first, okay. So today's proposed charter amendment gives a voice to voters in response to the crisis to public safety created by dysfunction in the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, as set forth in Judge Cordell's 400-page report. The proposed charter amendment asks voters to give the Board of Supervisors authority to remove the sheriff from office if conditions set forth in the charter amendment are met. And as my colleagues saw, those conditions are a violation of any law related to the performance of the sheriff's duties, flagrant or repeated neglect of the sheriff's duties as defined by law, misappropriation of public funds or property as defined in California law, or willful falsification of a relevant official statement or document, and then finally, obstruction as defined in federal, state, or local law applicable to a sheriff of any investigation into the conduct of sheriff and or the San Mateo County Sheriff's Department by any government agency, including the County of San Mateo office or commission with jurisdiction to conduct such investigation. The proposed charter amendment, if those conditions, additionally, the grant of power in the charter amendment is specific to this immediate crisis, as it sets forth a sunset provision expiring at the time of the next general election in 2028. I wanted to go ahead and share with my colleagues why the sunset clause was included. Given the short schedule for debate of this charter amendment, and it's an incredibly abbreviated schedule, we thought it was necessary to include the charter amendment, to include the sunset provision, as it seems most reasonable to fashion the amendment in a way best characterized as a temporary grant of power to protect the public safety, rather than a more permanent change to the charter that some would allege was using this instance as a power grab. So what we really want to say to the voters is we're giving you a voice in this specific circumstance, in these highly unusual conditions, to give the board the ability to act, but it is specific to this circumstance. I think we're best served to keep our eyes fixed on this crisis in front of us in urgency, rather than be pulled by distraction into debate a general policy. And I think the sunset provision provides that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass. Oh, there was one last note. In public comment, there was some discussion about this process being somehow race-based. And I want to point out that Judge Cordell is a woman of color who conducted this investigation. Mr. Tapia, who is here today, is a man of color. And Supervisor Corzo, I highly respect you as a woman of color. So I know in my heart that's not the case. And I know if Judge Cordell was here to defend her report, she also would make that case strongly. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I'll start by saying that we are bringing this to the board because it is absolutely necessary. We are going to face some difficult times very, very soon. As Californians, as Americans, it does not benefit our community to have the type of chaos that we see happening right now at the sheriff's office. It's not something anyone here wants to deal with, but it is our duty to lead and to deal with this. We were also elected to be a voice for our community members, and we are responsible for the safety net of this county, the safety net services, and for protecting our most vulnerable. And right now, what's happening at our sheriff's office is impacting and negatively impacting public safety. While it may be true that certain people or communities have seen improved conditions, that is not the case for everyone, and most definitely not the case for both administrative and sworn staff in the sheriff's office who are working under duress, working under conditions that no one should be exposed to. We continue to hear of people leaving the sheriff's office because of the dysfunction there. It's not something that we would bring to the board if we didn't have to, if we didn't feel like our community absolutely needed this. This ordinance, again, is an urgent response to what is happening right now in our sheriff's office. It's our duty to protect all county staff, all county residents. And right now, there's concern about that. We have worked tirelessly with county leadership, county council. We've looked to other jurisdictions for models of how we can lead our community through this. And this is something that we intend to take to the voters so that they can make their voices heard. We are in extremely unique circumstances, and I'll detail some of those in just a bit. But I want to speak to this ordinance and what it does. It only allows for the removal of a sheriff in certain instances where serious wrongdoing has been found that jeopardizes public safety and trust. And these are violation of the law related to the performance of a sheriff's duties, flagrant or repeated neglect of a sheriff's duties, misappropriation of public funds or property, willful falsification of an official statement or document, obstruction of any investigation into the conduct of a sheriff. We have gotten some concerns about diluting the voice of the voters, and I want people to know that we hear that concern, but when we place something on the ballot, it will be the voters that decide whether it is passed or not. And I want people to understand, what a recall effort actually takes. For those who have been involved in recalls, it is not a simple lift. It is not something that is done overnight. In this case specifically, a recall effort by the community, by our voters, would take nearly 45,000 signatures just to place on the ballot. It is, for us as a board, for me as a county supervisor, to think that we would wait until our community finds the time and the energy to collect 45,000 signatures when we know that the need to remove this sheriff right now is absolutely urgent. It's just not a viable option. If that is what has to happen, then I would support that. But right now I see it clearly as it being our duty as a board of supervisors to offer solutions to our community. And this is one that meets the urgency of the facts that we are presented with right now. And honestly, March is not soon enough for what's happening right now. But let me be very clear, public safety is at stake right now. And this is absolutely necessary. And the ordinance has been drafted with limited powers, with a sunset clause in it, which gives checks and balances. And what makes this situation unique is that right now we have a sheriff that has a 6-year term, which is not, it's not 4 years. An additional 2 years is, it's a longer term than most sheriffs. And I will tell you this also. I've been an elected official now for 7 years. I take this job extremely seriously, as I did when I served on the school board. With the trust of the voters comes great responsibility. And it's not something that any ethical elected official uses to personally benefit themselves. And right now, we have a sheriff that does not hesitate to lie to the media, to lie to our community, to divide the Latino community, as we saw from a public comment earlier today, based on lies. So this charter amendment is something that I think the voters have a right to vote on, should have a right to vote on. Let them be presented with all of the facts themselves. Let them read the report. Let them decide what is best for our community. Our sheriff was elected by the people, and the people will make the ultimate decision here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for Supervisor Slocum or Supervisor Pine or other board members? Okay, seeing none. If we can move to public comment, Suki, both in chambers as well as remotely.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do have 2 speakers from chambers, and then we'll take comments from Zoom, and then I do have 1 additional written comment. We'll start with the Deacon, Lauren McCombs, followed by Brian Howell.
Good morning to the Board of Supervisors and all others present. My name is Deacon Lauren Patton McCombs, and I'm a member of Fixing San Mateo. I want to start by saying my thoughts and prayers are with all parties involved in this unfortunate unfolding of events within the Sheriff's Office. The findings of the report released about Sheriff Corpus and her staff was extremely alarming to our greater community. Many state officials have asked for her resignation in order to prevent further damage to the organization, as well as to protect public safety. There are 12 serious allegations of misconduct that undermine the moral integrity of the Sheriff's Office and the deputies who are dedicated to serving our county. Where is the trust and transparency that the Sheriff ran her campaign on in 2022? Please follow Warren Slocum's, who stressed that the time is now to make the imperative decision to have a completely independent oversight commission as well as a permanent inspector general. And I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for their time in serving our county.
Thank you. Brian Howell.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Brian Howell. As a proud Redwood City native and a teacher in our community for the last 20 years, I've had the privilege of knowing remarkable individuals dedicated to serving others. I first met Sheriff Corpus 20 years ago as a second grade teacher at Fair Oaks Elementary School. I was a new second grade teacher and she was a new Sheriff's Resource Officer at the school. Awkward. From the beginning, Sheriff Corpus exemplified resilience, bravery, and integrity. Her unwavering dedication to reform and make positive changes, even in the face of relentless opposition and personal attacks, has been nothing short of inspiring. She refuses to be intimidated and continues to prioritize the needs of both the department and the citizens of San Mateo County. The decision to remove Sheriff Corpus should rest solely with the voters, not with a handful of individuals relying on possible amplified fabricated stories. Attempts to fire Sheriff Corpus undermine the democratic process and insult the will of the people who place their trust in her leadership. The citizens of San Mateo County deserve the right to decide if these accusations hold merit. Please don't take away my vote or the people's voice. Let democracy prevail, and it sounds like kind of that's where we're already on the route to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No additional speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
This time we have 9 hands raised and counting. We're at item number 4. Please do continue to raise your hands because the Vice President could make a final call for raised hands at any time. We are at Dan Stejing, followed by the Millbrae Anti-Racist Coalition. Dan Stejing, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me, council members? Supervisor?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. I think it was Barack Obama who said elections have consequences. I've calculated this is probably going to cost the county $4.8 million. I would remind county council and elections that it's not legal to poll on the recall or charter ballot question. I have an unusual viewpoint having run against a previous sheriff and for the supervisor seat. I think you've got a labor problem and a campaign promise problem. And I'd like to see the charges against Carlos Tapia dropped. I'd like to see the county sit down in mediation with both the Fixing San Mateo people and the DSA and get this solved in a way that doesn't involve our entire county being laughed at nationally. Usually we see self-dealing in investigation situations. There's no evidence of it here. Thank you.
Thank you. 10 hands, Millbrae Anti-Racist Coalition, followed by Samina Usman. Coalition, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michael Kelly. I'm sorry that it showed up as the Anti-Racist Coalition. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. It is deeply disturbing that some of you supervisors are participating in this highly inappropriate effort for the removal of our Honorable Sheriff, Christina Corpus. It is apparent to everyone that's paying attention that the results of this massively biased special investigation are part of a political hatchet job orchestrated by the cronies of disgraced ex-Sheriff Bolanos and his cohorts that remain on the county payroll. Ex-Judge Cordell would not allow testimony from many sworn officers that wanted to share their vastly positive experiences. She only heard from the ones with an agenda to take Sheriff Corpus down. Our sheriff has attained the historically highest and fastest growth rate ever of filling the long-standing vacancies of the deputies, increasing public safety. They want to work for her for good reason. Supervisor Corzo, Supervisor Mueller, along with Fix and SMC, you have been dishonest brokers of information, and many of your comments are reprehensible. The report is corrupt. Please don't waste any more county time and resources on a meritless change to our next voting event. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, this is Michael Kelly and not the Millbrae Anti-Racist Coalition. Next, we have...
Through the clerk,
yes.
Last call for speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Members of the public, at this time, a final call is being made for public comment on item 4. On Zoom, please click raise hand, and I will announce the final name we'll take for this item. Final call has been made, so after I announce this name, no further hands will be taken for this item. Okay. The last called speaker we had was Stephen Booker, and Elizabeth Quiroz was already called. So Those are the final two. So we have 10 speakers. Those are Samina Usman, Julie Lind, Ron Snow, Chris Cavigioli, Pat Willard, Alberto, James Brown, Albert Yam, and I think we just lost one hand as I was announcing those names. So I will go take a look at what I had logged here. It was a phone caller ending in 357. So I will check on that while we take these names. Samina Usman, please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman. I'm here on behalf of Secure Justice. Today, I urge you to call for a special election to vote on a proposed amendment to grant authority to remove an elected sheriff for cause and to do so without a sunset clause. Otherwise, we might have to do this again at taxpayer expense. Accountability is a cornerstone of public trust in our democratic institutions, particularly in law enforcement. While elected officials must retain independence, there must also be safeguards to ensure that they act in the best interests of the community. This amendment provides a fair and transparent mechanism to address serious misconduct or dereliction of duty, aligning with principles of good governance. Losing their job is the only real fear an elected sheriff has. And having such authority in your charter will lead to less misconduct by future sheriffs because of the very real possibility that a future board member will remove them. Calling a special election allows for voters of San Mateo County to make their voices heard on these critical issues. I urge you to please vote in favor of this.
Thank you. Julie Lind, followed by Ron Snow. Julie, please unmute and begin.
Thanks, Sherry. Good morning, Honorable Supervisors, County Manager Callaghan, and staff. My name is Julie Lind with the San Mateo Labor Council, representing 100 affiliate unions and over 85,000 members and their families countywide, including the San Mateo County Deputy Sheriff's Association. On behalf of our membership, I'd like to thank you all for how you've handled and are continuing to handle this current situation. I know it's not easy on you, just like it's not easy on the folks that I have the honor to represent. Though the pieces on this chessboard seem to be continuously changing, you all have remained committed to transparency, accountability, and to protecting our county and all who live and work within its lines. This ballot measure is another example of that. Our top county safety officers failed to keep her employees safe, refused to accept responsibility for her actions, and has put our entire community at risk. It needs to end, and our county and its workforce need to be able to rebuild. It seems this is our only path forward. While I was very excited to take a nice break from campaigning, looks like there's still miles to go before we sleep. So we will see everybody back in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Ron Snow, followed by Chris Cavigioli. Ron, please unmute and begin.
Supervisors, I would hope you see by the statements of both Supervisors Mueller and Corzo that you should not that you should deny this agenda item. It has a sunset clause because it's for a specific thing, not a global things that should be incorporated into the charter. The fact that it will expire is proof of that. The agenda item is about making as a charter change, yet comments about the problematic investigation or the sheriff in particular are being suppressed. This is an agenda item about putting something on the ballot, yet public comment about the sheriff was suppressed. If people want the sheriff removed, then we have a real procedure in place to do that. Supervisors should not spend millions, especially when those same dollars could be used on other important programs, as was stated today. Supervisors should allow voters to recall. They should not circumvent that process.
Thank you. Chris Cavigioli, followed by Pat Willard. Chris, please unmute and begin.
Yes, thanks. I have 3 points. One of them is the investigation was already done. I actually read it. So that's already been done. It's proven there is evidence of her criminality. And it's very serious. So that's number one. Number two is that if you have someone in office that's doing something really bad, let's say just fictionally, let me just say she goes to the elementary school with a handgun and starts shooting little children, you'd probably not wait for voters to come and, put something on the ballot. You'd have to act right away. If she's doing criminal stuff, we should act right away and get rid of her immediately. And then the third thing and this is important too, let's not bring in racism. Let's not bring in the fact of her background or her skin color and stuff like that. That's called racism. We have something in our laws called non-discrimination. We do not discriminate about skin color and ethnic background. So just don't even bring that up. That's not relevant. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We'll now go to Pat Willard. Pat, please unmute and begin.
I've read about 200 pages of Judge Cordell's report, and that illustrates what I call the real world has come to San Mateo County. In addition, I would urge the Board of Supervisors to recast the civilian oversight of the Sheriff's Office as exists in Los Angeles County, where it does not allow for the sheriff to appoint members of the commission, nor the sheriff's select 4 advisors overseeing the oversight committee as currently exists. Also an ordinance for a permanent inspector general, exactly that as stated in the Los Angeles County document that I sent to all of the members of this board, which this inspector general attends the oversight commission and responds to its votes for inspections when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Alberto, your hand was raised and lowered. So Alberto, if you did intend to speak, please raise your hand again. James Brown, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. Thank you. This action is unnecessary. It is a drastic change to the California chart, or to the county charter. It's unnecessary, and it's opposed by the California State Sheriff's Association. I'm sure you've received their letter. This is personal against Sheriff Corpus. If it wasn't, then the county would have called for resignations when Sheriff Horsley had 250 pounds of explosives stolen, or when Sheriff Monks and Bolanos were caught in a brothel with underage prostitutes and narcotics, or when Bolanos sent armed deputies to extradite a citizen of another state on the behest of one of his donors, or when contraband was smuggled to a prisoner under Bolanos' watch, and the contractor was allowed to continue, his company was allowed to continue working for the county, or when Bolanos' campaign manager stole funds from a children's program, or Caligay wasted millions of dollars in PPE that was wasted by sitting in the rain. No resignations were called for then. And this report is extremely biased. It mentions Bob McSweeney 18 times, and I know Bob McSweeney, and I spoke to him. He was never interviewed. He does not know Victor, that it was alleged that he does. And the name of the company is completely wrong, that Judge Cordell mentioned that it is the same company. You didn't interview him. You should have interviewed him. This entire report is flawed and biased. Thank you.
Thank you. Alberto, please unmute and begin. Alberto, if you can unmute.
Muy buenos días.
Oh, un momento, por favor.
Sí.
Victor, if you can please interpret and allow Alberto to know he has the 3-minute timer.
Buenos días, Alberto. Habla Víctor Hernández, traductor aquí del
2-minute
San Mateo.
timer. Apology.
Oye, permíteme un momentito. Sí. Vamos haciéndolo de una manera consecutiva para que todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que tengas que decir, ¿de acuerdo?
Claro, claro.
Bueno, adelante, por favor.
Mire, mi objetivo es que nuestra comunidad estamos muy preocupados por lo que está pasando con la señorita Cristina Corpus.
So my objective today here is that I want to let you know that our community is very worried with Miss Cristina Corpus.
Ya que yo soy una persona que vivo en el perímetro de la Ferros hace 20 años y tengo muchos años de conocerla a ella.
So I actually live in the Fair Oaks area and for 20 years, and I've known her for a long time.
Y nuestro objetivo es de que la comunidad la conoce y tiene mucha confianza en ella.
My goal is that the community actually knows her. ¿Podría repetir, por favor?
Nuestro objetivo es que nuestra comunidad la conoce y tiene mucho confianza en ella.
So the goal here is that the community knows her and really trusts her.
¿Y por qué digo esto? Porque la comunidad le dio el voto de confianza a ella, porque tenemos muchísimos años que la conocemos y sabemos la eficacia de su trabajo que está haciendo con nuestra comunidad. Por eso es que estamos muy sorprendidos.
So the question is, because we've known her for such a long time, we've actually given her the vote of confidence because many people have known her for a long time and the efficiency of her work.
Ya que ella no fue puesta por terceras personas, ella fue puesta por nuestra comunidad. Y nuestra comunidad está muy preocupada por lo que está pasando ella.
So she was not put in a position by others, but by the community, and so that's why the community is very concerned for that.
Yo tomé esta decisión de hablar a supervisores del condado porque yo trabajo para mi iglesia, yo tengo 10 años trabajando para nuestra iglesia y nuestra comunidad cada rato me está comunicando lo que está pasando.
So I've decided to talk about this because I'm involved with my church. I've been involved with my church for 10 years, and our community constantly talks about this.
Yo sé que ustedes como supervisores la tienen que apoyar porque nuestra comunidad confía en ustedes.
And I know as the Board of Supervisors, you have to support her because our community trusts in you.
Y nosotros confiamos en ellas.
And we trust in her.
Eso es todo, gracias y espero que la apoyen porque ella es muy buena persona para nuestra comunidad y nuestra comunidad está muy preocupada.
So thank you, that's all I have. I hope that you support her because she's a good person and our community is very concerned.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to our next speaker, Stephen Booker. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. Stephen Booker, Half Moon Bay resident, and I'm here today with reservations. The sheriff's office is a very powerful position, and I speak in support of Christina Corpus, along the same sentiments as James Brown and Dan Stegnick. But as a black man in America, I'm afraid of intimidation and intimidated by the sheriff's office. As far as their deputies, if I stand with Christina Corpus and the possible retaliation when I'm out on the streets in Half Moon Bay or in San Mateo, like James Brown said, there's been many other incidences in the sheriff's office before Christina Corpus got there. She promised to clean up the good old boy system and has been met with resistance. And like I said, once again, this is hard for me to do. I have respect for the Board of Supervisors and our elected officials, but also have a lot of respect for Christina and her staff, and I stand in support with them and believe that the county should not spend money unnecessarily on a recall election. The voters haven't called for it, and you're going to have people that stand with her and people that stand against her, just like you will with any elected official. So therefore, I support Christina Corpus, and I stand with Dan and James Brown and think that the county should not have a recall election. When we can't give our employees raises, but we can spend millions and millions of dollars on a recall election, I think that's asinine and it's not in the best interest of the county. Once again, I thank you for your time, and I respect each and every one of you, but I do not agree with this recall election. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. We'll now go to our phone caller that had a lowered hand when it was raised. Caller ending in 357. Please unmute.
Through the clerk?
Yes.
How many speakers do we have left?
After this is our last named speaker, which is Elizabeth Quiroz.
Great, thank you so much.
And that would be the last, of course. Caller, you can press *6 to unmute, and this will be the last attempt. 357, caller. Okay. We'll now go to our last named speaker, Elizabeth Quiroz. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. So my name's Elizabeth Quiroz, and I am a survivor leader in the Bay Area. And, you know, I'm just going to share, I know I don't have a lot of time, but I want to share a little bit of my backstory. So I am a survivor of human trafficking, and I was trafficked in San Mateo and in San Francisco for many years. and had a lot of bad interaction with law enforcement in San Mateo County. And so when I came across Sheriff Christina Corpus, she was the only law enforcement that showed me compassion and love and supported me and gave me hope. And so because of that interaction, it restored my hope with law enforcement. And so now I'm an advocate. I'm a survivor leader in the Bay, and I'm bringing awareness around human trafficking. And I've been working with Sheriff Christina Corpus for years, and I've known her for a very long time. And so to hear what's going on breaks my heart. So she's a wonderful person to me. I support her in general because she's an amazing person and all the work she's done. And so I just hope this is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have one hand raised, but they're not part of the final names that were called. I defer to you.
Let's take this last remote comment.
Okay. Albert Yam, please unmute and begin.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. I think this is not necessary because basically you're trying to take away the voters' rights in this situation. What it should be on the March ballot is an effort to put on a recall election for an elected official. What you're trying to do is set a precedent and also change the dynamics of sheriffs. Future sheriffs is going to be impacted and worry about how they undertake the obligations of the job, of the fear that board members or a small group of constituents could decide the fate. You're losing the independency, and this is the power grab. And I urge you not to consider this and take more of the voter rights away from us. This should be a voter matter, not a Board of Supervisor matter.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, the phone caller appears to have raised their hand again, the one that was part of the list. Would you like me to attempt that one again?
Sure. And my understanding is through the clerk, we have one in-person comment. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Great. So why don't we take the comment online?
Okay. Caller ending in 357, please unmute. And you're calling by phone. I think you can press *6 to unmute.
Hi. Great. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Perez. I live in San Bruno. I'm one of the 82,000 voters who voted for Sheriff Corpus and elected her to office. The item you're considering to put on the ballot is unnecessary and oversteps your authority. It's a slap in the face to the voters. The sheriff is elected by the people. She is not appointed by you. She won her election in June 2022 by over 13 points. She crushed her opponent, who was truly corrupt. She challenged the Good Old Boys Club, and her candidacy was going to be risky to take if she lost, but she prevailed. Let's go back in the time machine and remember all the scandals that Bolanos was involved in and embarrassed us with. From the Vegas brothel and the Batmobile incident, some folks were calling you guys before to remove Bolanos. And the late, great Don Horsley, a very respected supervisor and a former sheriff, said this to a reporter: what we can do is extremely limited. This is the Constitution of California. The sheriff is an elected officer. We cannot remove her from office, remove them from office. He was speaking of Bolanos at the time. So I support Sheriff Corpus. This is a bad idea. We don't need the cost of a special election, and it's unnecessary. The recall is your mechanism to take out a elected official by the voters, not by you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Get back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. We do have one speaker from Chambers, Ron Saucy. Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Roland, and it's the first time that I ever appeared here, and I support Sheriff Corpus. I campaigned for her. I went from door to door delivering flag, and I agree with all of these people that came up on the board, on the speaker, to support her. you're giving all these people only a minute to speak, but yet you allow the clown to speak for several minutes. And I think that a lot of these people would like to speak for much longer. And I think that you trying to eliminate these people or getting her kicked out of office when she went into the office to clean the place, and she's doing it, and apparently you guys don't like it because she's doing a good job, and she's been doing a good job. She's been doing a good job in the North Fair Oak. I live in the North Fair Oak, and I know she's doing a good job. So why don't you let her do her job as she's supposed to, and why don't you look back on what you guys did with Bolano was there? You didn't do anything. He ran you guys. You didn't run him. So why are you trying to crucify some poor lady that's trying to do a good job, and she's been doing a good job? Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, I do have one written comment. So there were several comments that were sent yesterday, which were emailed to the board and also made publicly available. I'll be really quick. This last written comment came from Sandra McKee, senior citizen from Redwood City. I'm wondering if the Board of Supervisors and other participants in the sheriff investigation should have additional security protections. Remember what happened with the SF Board of Supervisors removal of then Supervisor Dan White back in the 80s when Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk were shot dead by Dan White for revenge. I wonder how stable this sheriff is at this time, and with the power of gun and badge could be a risk for other law enforcement officials and herself as her anger escalates. Let's end a public comment.
Great. Thank you very much. We want to thank those who made public comment. I'll bring this back to the board for discussion. If there is no discussion, I'll take a motion on the item.
I'd like to say a few words.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming and giving their comments today. I want to name that what we see happen in these chambers, everyone gets a voice, and they are not retaliated against for sharing their voice, even when they disagree. You may have noticed that we don't have any sheriff's employees here, and let me tell you why. They are still working under our current sheriff and her former employee, and they are in fear, and it is our board's duty to protect them and our community at large. I think it's important that every single member who is concerned about this charter amendment and who has not read the report, because if you have, then you would know that there are hard facts, there is clear evidence, there is documentation proving the corruption that is happening right now in the sheriff's office. Personally, I am a truth teller. I will say it even when I disagree with others. I will say it even when it hurts. I will be the first to admit when I've made a mistake, and I will do it right now. I supported Sheriff Cristina Corpus. I knocked on thousands of doors for her and myself, and I would not pull back my support for no reason. Please believe that. Sheriff Corpus was given every opportunity to succeed. She was given support no other elected official was given. She was given the funding for a transition team because we knew that there may have been resistance in the sheriff's office from the former sheriff's friends, etc. But let me tell you something that maybe not everyone realizes. When you promise change, when you tell the community that you are going to create change, there will always be resistance. And you know how you overcome that resistance? By doing a good job, by being ethical, by being fair, by being impartial, by leading with integrity and courage and honesty. That is not what happened. And trust me, I am equally as disappointed. But as someone who supported her, I see it now as my duty to lead our community through this.
because people are being harmed and they are in fear, and not just fear for no reason. Actual fear, actual validated fear. There are things that are in that report around suppressed rifles being brought into the sheriff's office that no member of the executive sheriff's team has the training or certifications to possess. And yet that happened last month in October through the direction of Victor Anye. If that is not another act of intimidation to every other employee in that office, I don't know what is. By every account, Sheriff Corpus was given multiple opportunities to right her ship. I wish I could tell people why we are in this situation and why she chose and continues to choose to lie to our community, to lie to the media. In time, the truth always comes out. The truth always comes out. And it is this county and this Board of Supervisors who will have to clean her mess. And whoever steps in after she is removed, they will have to clean her mess. And it will take millions of dollars, yes. You know why? Because when you actually have people being harmed, and it will eventually be proven in a court of law, the county is on the hook to pay out for all of those lawsuits. And that's going to happen. And it will be no one else's responsibilities but her. She created those situations. She has put our community at risk. She is misspending tax dollars. And I want to address something that I heard come up several times. I have been in office on this board, and so has Supervisor Mueller, for almost 2 years, exactly the same amount of time as Sheriff Corpus. I will speak for us and even this current board. Former sheriffs and the things that they did or did not do, Supervisor Ray Mueller and I were not here for. We don't know all of the facts that led to the board at those times making those decisions. I was one of Sheriff Bolaños' biggest critics. And I would have stood against him as I have to stand against Sheriff Corpus now, because I will not stand by and see corruption and abuse of power happen and not do everything I can to protect our community and our staff. I would have done it then, I'm gonna do it now, and if I have to knock on thousands of doors like I did last time, I will. Because it's the right thing to do, and I know it's an ugly truth. I know it's hard for people that supported her to really take in and believe. But please, look at the facts. Look at the facts, read the report, look at the evidence for yourself, come to your own conclusions. You may have had a good history with her in the past. I did too, I supported her. I believed her. I believed in her. She also, at one point, restored my faith in law enforcement. But when you are given new information and new facts, you have to analyze that. We need to come together as a community, and we will. And I'm going to say it right now. I've said it to her directly. I've said it at this dais before. She needs to step down. That is the right thing to do. And I also just want to say for the record that the charter amendment and the ordinance that we have before us right now, it has a sunset clause. I would personally support it without a sunset clause. Because the truth is, we do have a history of questionable leadership in the sheriff's office. But it has a sunset clause right now, and I will support it in any way because we need a way out of this for our community. And I'll just reiterate one more time. The reason you don't see any sheriff's staff right now giving public comment is because they are working in an environment of fear and retaliation. So I just want to say one more thing. Para la comunidad que no entiende lo que está pasando, yo quiero que sepan que Lo que estamos haciendo no es algo fácil. El liderazgo del alguacil lastimosamente no está cumpliendo con las promesas que hizo. Está abusando su poder y el liderazgo que tiene. Y no solo está dañando a los empleados de la oficina del alguacil. Oh, sorry, Victor. Okay. Pero también está dividiendo nuestra comunidad ahorita. Hay muchas personas que han sido impactadas por esto y los buenos hechos que ella hizo en el pasado, nadie se los va a quitar, pero también tenemos que ver la realidad. Hay hechos, hay pruebas. La corrupción y el abuso de poder no se tiene que permitir de nadie, no de nuestra comunidad ni de cualquier otra persona. Y yo me comprometo ahorita para ir a reunirme con quien quiera para hablar de lo que está pasando aquí. Porque realmente esto es algo difícil y es una distracción de cómo nos podemos unir para protegernos unos al otro en los próximos meses. Porque sabemos que van a haber ataques a nuestra comunidad y esto no puede seguir siendo una distracción. Gracias. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Supervisor Miller.
Just real briefly, I want to speak to all those who spoke today, who expressed their respect and support for the sheriff. I want to say I hear you. And I want to say it's incredibly hard when someone who you respect and you care about does something that disappoints you. But I have to say to you, I'm in that same boat. And unfortunately, the case against the sheriff continues to get stronger. For example, and I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'll share it, the homophobic slurs text that she went to great length to deny to the day we presented the report. We have the phone now, and we verified she sent that text. It continues to strengthen as we go through all of the evidence presented. The strength of that 400-page report is standing up. And I know it's hard to accept. It's hard for us to accept. But we've had longer to do so. So I ask you to please take a look at that report and go along with us, because you'll get to where I am now, where someone I respected and cared about, I am deeply disappointed in, and I no longer believe she is fit to serve this county. I think I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that for my colleagues. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. There was, Ms. Corzo was speaking in Spanish. If you wouldn't mind a translation, Victor.
Thank you, Vice President. I think Supervisor Corzo was just reiterating what she had previously said in English, but I do just want to provide some brief interpretation. So we can't stand for this division. No one's taking away from her good works that she's done in the past, but I am absolutely committed to talk to anybody about this as regards to what's happening here in order to protect ourselves and protect the community. And we can't have these types of distractions.
There is one last point also to those who support her. Could you ask her to please sit for sworn deposition testimony to address the allegations? If she's willing to make the statement to you that the things in that report are not true, ask her why she won't sit under oath and say that.
Thank you very much. With all that said, does the supervisor want to make a motion to introduce this ordinance calling for an election to amend the charter and to waive the reading of the ordinance in its entirety?
I'd like to make sure Supervisor Slocum has a chance to chime in if he would like before we put a motion on the floor.
Supervisor Slocum, would you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was muted. I do appreciate the opportunity. I think a lot has been said here by Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Corzo, and I really don't have a lot to add. I support the comments that they've made and the perspectives that they've shared. I do have a question that I'll direct to the county attorney in a moment or two. But, you know, each of us took an oath of office, as did the sheriff. And I think when we talk about ethics, honesty, transparency, abuse of power, those to me are in clear violation of the oath that we all took. This has been, as the two supervisors know and the rest of us know, an enormous time drain, taking us all away from the important business of the county. Just look at the testimony this morning of the Redwood House. You know, that's a significant mental health issue. It requires time to deal with. And unfortunately, just an inordinate amount of time is being spent and has been spent and will continue to be spent on this issue. I find it very interesting, just to follow up on Supervisor Mueller's comment. I made a note here. Let's invite the sheriff once again to come and give sworn testimony under oath, give her a chance to tell her side of the story and answer our questions. I think that would be extremely important. There's a reason why so far she has not chosen to do that. I think the reason that she stated in the media was she'll do it when she gets an attorney. Well, so be it. I think she has an attorney. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would invite her to come and give testimony to us and answer questions. I, as like the rest of you, watch her press conferences and interviews, and there are things that are said that are just not true. Just not true. So with that, I really don't have anything to add to the comments that have been made. I would ask a question of the county attorney. Assuming we pass this ballot measure today, it has to be read, as I understand it, a second time here pretty quickly to meet the election code deadlines. And the question is then, if we take those two votes and we vote to place it on the ballot, could a future board, that is specifically the new board coming in early January, could they vote to reverse the decisions that we've made?
Supervisor Slocum, so the question is whether or not the board that is as constituted in January could take action to rescind the action to put this matter on the ballot. Is that the question?
Yes, that is the question. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, there's a limited amount of time actually after the board acts to put something on the ballot. As you were noting, the board would have to, at its next regular meeting on December 3rd, adopt the ordinance. Today it would be an introduction of the ordinance. The board would have to vote to, at its next regular meeting on December 3rd, vote to adopt the ordinance. There's a limited amount of time thereafter that the board has to act to remove something from the ballot. I believe it's 83 days prior to the election. So I don't think from a timing perspective that would be possible, actually.
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to talk about, some of the speakers talked about, let's not spend the millions of dollars for this election. And from my perspective, the number of lawsuits that we possibly face and will face far exceeds the cost of this election. So somebody said it was $4.8 million. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. I know it's very expensive, but I would just suggest following up on Supervisor Corzo's point about the pending lawsuits that will be coming to the county in the future. So I'm prepared to support the motion, but I'll let Supervisor Mueller or Corzo make the motion and second and go from there.
Just like that. just briefly state that this is an extraordinary measure, but this is an extraordinary time, and it calls for decisive action by the Board of Supervisors. So I'm supportive of the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Slocum?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we'll be moving on. We moved the agenda. We'll be moving on to item 11. And so let me just say that this is a resolution accepting and strengthening the Medical Examiner Coroner System Program Grant from the Department of Justice and Associate Appropriation Transfer Request. This item comes to us from the coroner. Let me just put it to you this way. I don't know if the coroner is here. I had sort of told him this item is very administrative. As you can see, it's about, I think, around $12,000 and change. What I'd like to do is just to move this item, considering that it's purely administrative. So with that, I'll make the motion to adopt the item.
Second.
All right. Do we have any public comment on the item?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment now open in Zoom for item 11 for strengthening the Medical Examiner Coroner System Program Grant. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
All right. Seeing that there are no other comments, can I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Slocum?
Yes.
Thank you. And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now we'll move to the 6 department performance presentations that we have on the agenda. Colleagues, let me say that you always have the ability to review these items. I believe they're listed. So with that, item 5 on the agenda is the performance presentation by the Public Works Department, presented by Ms. Stillman, Public Works Department Director. Let me just say to all the directors that we have your information that you've given to us and information you'll give thereafter. So thank you.
Okay, well, first off, I want to start with good morning,
Good morning.
Vice President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callagy, Ms. Rodriguez, and Mr. Niblin. I am pleased to present information on our 23-24 performance and our department this morning. This photo is of Kenyatta Road and highlights a project that treated 5.5 miles of roadway from the town of Woodside to Highway 92 and resulted in improvements for all users, including enhancements for bicyclists and pedestrians. Our mission statement describes the department's work to plan, design, construct, operate, and maintain county facilities for the general public and county employees. Our equity statement describes that the department promotes equity by increasing access, expanding services, and improving infrastructure for the public and county employees. Our department has 5 areas of service: administrative, airports, engineering, facilities, and road services. The department provides a variety of services and assists in response to disasters, which have included COVID, the wildfire. I wish they were wildflowers, because I like those much more. But anyway, wildfire and storm events. Facilities reports on a performance measure to complete 85% of approved facility capital improvement projects annually. And last fiscal year, they completed 87%. Completing capital projects benefits our customers and decreases the number of service requests received. Facilities must be flexible to respond to unanticipated building issues and to accommodate capital projects that may be added during a fiscal year. The photo on the screen is a recently completed rooftop solar installation at 2500 Middlefield Road in the North Fair Oaks area. The Facilities Division includes facility services, maintenance and operations, capital projects, health and hospitals, and construction services. This slide illustrates some of the work by facilities. The photo on the right shows improvements to the county's building that houses East Palo Alto's City Hall, library, and county services. The Facilities Division also addresses building system functionality to ensure customer comfort and satisfaction, modernizes aging and failing building components, maintains buildings that serve the community and customers, improve workspaces, and support county events, to name some of their work. These are some of the county-operated shelters. The Facilities Division delivered projects which converted hotels into environments that could house people on a temporary or long-term basis, and now provides maintenance services to these sites. These facilities are different from most county facilities and require different levels of service, frequency, maintenance needs, and response hours. The Engineering and Resource Protection Division performs work that benefits and improves the county's transportation networks. They administer and operate utility systems, provide biological expertise, manage construction projects, and work with parks to deliver capital projects, and more. The division reports on the use of non-traditional, innovative applications in transportation network projects. This picture is from the Broadmoor Safe Routes to School project that included bulb outs at intersections, creating shorter crosswalks, audible pedestrian countdowns, and improvements in proximity to a school. The department works collaboratively with the planning and building and sustainability departments to apply for grant funds, and the grant funding for this project was fundamental to making this project possible. San Mateo County is home to many special habitats and species, and much of our work requires environmental permits. The middle pictures show a trash capture device recently installed at a county stormwater pump station to help get to zero trash in waterways by June 30th, 2025. This project was funded in part by a grant from the Environmental Protection Agency. The right-hand photo shows our sewer team working on a district sewer system located in an easement. The Road Services Division includes vehicles and equipment and road maintenance and operations. Vehicles and equipment is responsible for the motor pool vehicles, department vehicles, heavy equipment, pump stations, replacement vehicle program, and works with all departments. Road Services reports on preventative maintenance work orders as a percentage of total work orders completed. The goal is 60%, and they attained 57% last fiscal year. Road Services leverages the fuel management system that allows for odometer readings, which helps them scheduling of preventative maintenance, and they work proactively with departments to schedule maintenance. This focus reduces unscheduled repairs and interruptions, maximizes vehicle safety and fuel economy, and reduces operational costs. The department is responsible for maintaining 316 miles of road. Road maintenance staff perform maintenance of the roadways and roadway infrastructure, special projects, or repairs, and response to road hazards. The photo on the left shows work performed this summer by our road crews to apply a chip seal to 16.8 miles of roads on the coast side. And the right photo shows work being performed on one of our narrow rural roads. The road maintenance team prepares for winter and is often very busy during winter storms, responding to flooding, drainage issues, mudslides, and downed trees. The Road Division manages sand and sandbags at our sandbag locations for county residents. The photo on the right is from Public Works Week, where we had equipment displayed at the Government Center, educational materials, and were available to answer questions. In the background is one of our mowers used to cut vegetation along our roads. People of all ages enjoyed seeing equipment up close. Airport Services operates the Half Moon Bay and San Carlos airports. Funding from airport-generated revenue and grants for capital projects, such as the runway upgrade at the San Carlos airport, are shown here in this photo. Airports measure aircraft adhering to airport's voluntary noise abatement procedures with a goal of 92% and reported 99%. Airport staff work with pilots and pilots associations, receive and follow up on noise complaints, utilize social media for outreach, produce a quarterly newsletter, and follow up with aircraft not adhering to voluntary procedures, which are monitored by the airport's vector system. County airports serve the community in a variety of ways. The upper left photo shows participants in the Upwind Scholarship Program, housed at the San Carlos Airport. The program provides local high school students with flight training scholarships, starting with ground school and ending the summer program as licensed private pilots at no cost to them, thanks to donations. The program has been transformational for local teens, and some have continued in their aeronautical field to become commercial pilots. Airports also support emergency services such as Volunteer Disaster Airlift Response Team, or DART, based at the Half Moon Bay Airport. San Carlos Airport has STEM programs for local teams. This program's slogan is Building an Inclusive Future, with approximately 40 teen participants. In this picture, students are building an airplane that they will eventually fly. The Administrative Services Division supports our department in many ways, including budget and performance, contracts, payroll, IT support, human resources, clerical services, risk management, safety, and training. The division is leading the department's equity and inclusion initiatives, focusing on our customers and staff. This group supports department employees to allow them to support the diverse communities we serve. Some of the issues we'll be focusing on include electric fleet requirements for vehicles, heavy construction equipment, and infrastructure. This transition will require staff resources, financial commitments, operational changes for departments, charging station installations, and coordination with PG&E. Adapting to a changing building portfolio, including the recently completed county buildings and those under construction in terms of maintenance needs, training and tools, client needs, and level of service required will also be our focus in the future. The department is increasing its coordination with the county's communication team on outreach efforts to be more proactive about our work. This will include educational information for the public on important topics. This photo is of a storm damage repair project that we recently completed. Doesn't look like that today. It actually looks like a roadway. But I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, the CEO's office, and other county departments for their support of our department. And a big thanks to our department staff for the excellent work they do to provide services to county departments, residents, and the public. And thank you. And I am available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Stillman? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Stillman, for your comprehensive report. That brings us to item 6, Parks Department. Nicholas Calderon.
Mr. Vice President, could I ask for public comment really quick?
I know there's going to be 0, but we're right. We have to do that. Can I have public comment?
Sure, thank you. Of course, there's no public comment from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand for item 5 comments on the Public Works Department performance presentation. No comments, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
See, and that is why we're honoring
Yes.
clerks of the board.
Happy Clerks Day, Ann.
I know.
You're right.
And Sherry, help keep us on track. Thank you.
Wildfires, not wildflowers. Yeah, wildflowers, not wildflowers. Mr. Calderon, a man of brevity, I heard.
Not typically, but we'll try.
Okay.
I am the wildfire person, though. So, good morning, President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. Again, I am Nicholas Calderon, Director of the Parks Department, and I have the privilege of presenting to you today on our 23-24 performance. Got ahead of myself. Here we go. So the Parks Department uses 3 strategic priorities to guide our decision making, and these are visitor services, facilities and infrastructure, and natural resource management. And given the nature of our 24 park system, which is comprised of 16,000 acres of land, almost 200 miles of maintained trail, 10 playgrounds, 6 campgrounds, and countless picnic and reservation areas, we find that focusing on these areas allows us to provide the highest quality experience possible to approximately 2.5 million visitors annually. Briefly, I'd just like to explain what these are and really how they shape us. So our visitor services are the events that we host that bring communities together. So these are our Coyote Point Summerfest events, our Dia de los Muertos event at Friendship Park. They're also our services that connect people with nature. So our Take a Hike Challenge. It's the programs we offer to the Big Lift Initiative, our in-classroom program, as well as our hikes and camping trips that we host with community-based organizations. And then lastly, it's the authorized uses in our park. So how we're expanding access for people with dogs, how we're expanding access opportunities for the cycling community. Our facilities and infrastructure are the physical features people experience when they are enjoying a county park. And so this could be highlighted by how we modernize and maintain our picnic and reservation areas. So what we've done at Memorial Park, what we are doing at San Bruno Mountain. It could be new facilities and new features such as the Flood Park Pump Track, or a brand new park as we're doing at Don Horsley County Park at Tunitas Creek Beach, and as we're aiming to do down in Pescadero for the community space. Not pictured here, but equally important are the water and sewer lines that we maintain, our restroom facilities, our trails, and visitor centers. And then our natural resource management includes our effort to mitigate the threat of wildfire by strategically reducing those fire fuels. It also includes our effort to protect 124 rare, threatened, or endangered species. As Supervisor Corzo, we still appreciate and talk about your site visit to see the coast yellow leptosiphon, and we do appreciate that, which is why I included it on the slide. And then, one point is that one of the greatest threats right now to biodiversity in California are invasive species. And so it is the work of our natural resource management team to protect our native habitat and protect our local ecosystems. And without that, eventually they will degrade and disappear. The first performance measure I'd like to highlight is the percent of interpretive programs offered to disadvantaged communities within San Mateo County. We have long understood that if we want to truly serve everyone, we must be in the community and we must be partnering with community-based organizations. To accomplish this, we have dedicated greater resources than ever toward fostering these relationships and these partnerships. In fiscal year 23-24, 55% of the department's interpretive programs were hosted specifically to disadvantaged communities. Over the past 5 years, we've increased that from 26% in fiscal year 19-20 to 55% last year. And in each of the last 3 years, over 50% of our interpretive programs were specifically to qualified communities. It is important to distinguish between our events in the park as well as our events in the community. In the parks, we've partnered with Casa Circulo, Familia Unidas, Boys and Girls Club of the Peninsula, Life Moves Daly City Partnership, Puente, San Mateo Police Athletics League, the San Mateo Pride Center, and many more to bring the experience of San Mateo County parks to those who may not have that opportunity. Through these partnerships, the department has led tide pooling events, nature hikes, junior naturalist camps, and our first ever overnight camping trip. In total, we have collaborated with CBOs to offer 42 different events, and through those events have served nearly 1,700 people during that fiscal year. In the community, over 1,300 kids have participated in our in-classroom program. An example of our in-classroom program are our Animal Engineers program, and this teaches kids how the natural world influences human design. Fun fact, the creator of Velcro used those small little C's that you get stuck on your pants when you're hiking as inspiration for their design. So I'm also very proud of the reach that we've accomplished. And so communities that we've served include Daly City and Brisbane to the north, East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks to the south, Half Moon Bay and Pescadero on the coast, and San Mateo in Central County. We've also worked with FDR and JFK in Daly City, Costaño and East Palo Alto, Hatch and Half Moon Bay, Beresford and Fiesta Garden in San Mateo, and so many more. The second performance measure I'd like to discuss is the percent of reservations made by San Mateo County residents residing in disadvantaged communities. And we're very excited to see that 26%. And not surprising, Coyote Point and Memorial Park hosted most of those reservations, with Junipero Serra, Hutter Flood, San Pedro Valley, and Fitzgerald Marine Reserve carrying the remaining. But while I'm excited to see that 26% and an increase in 14%, what's more important is that 60% of those were repeat reservation holders. So that means that people are coming back year after year because they're having a great time in the parks. And we really highlight and we really contribute that to the way we're improving our facilities, the services we're providing, and the opportunities that you have in county parks. And lastly, wildfire. The performance I'd like to cover is total acres of fire fuel reduced. And you'll see that since fiscal year 18-19, we've reduced 1,682 acres, or we've treated 1,682 acres of fire fuel. Last year did see the fewest at 159 acres, and this is really for two reasons. First, the last 5 years we've treated about 1,500 acres of fuel reduction, and in order for these areas to maintain their effectiveness and continue to protect communities, we have to maintain those areas. Second, last year the department had to focus on processing approximately 1.5 million pounds of timber at Quarry Park. And this resulted from previous fuel reduction efforts as well as some from storms. And so in fiscal year 25-26, we do anticipate an increase in new acres treated as a result of projects including the Pescadero Creek County Park Forest Health and Fire Fuel Reduction Project, the La Honda Fuel Break Project, the Junipero Serra Park Fuel Reduction Project, and eucalyptus and gorse treatment at San Bruno Mountain. The department has made great advancements and innovations in expanding the facilities offered in our system. In fiscal year 23-24, we converted an underutilized picnic area to our first dog-friendly campground. And so for the first time in memory, you can camp with your dog at Memorial Park. This last camping season, those sites were booked every weekend and most of the weekdays throughout camping season. So they've quickly become some of the most popular facilities in our system. But we also have new amenities coming up. And so we have the Don Horsley County Park at Chinitas Creek Beach, which will be our first recreational beach in our San Mateo County Park system, opening next year. And we will also be opening the system's first multi-use sports field, pickleball courts, as well as basketball court. And so by expanding the services offered and the facilities available, what that means is we're providing a far better experience for our guests. We've also made great strides in our mission to provide more equitable services to the public. I briefly talked about our partnerships with community-based organizations, but the specific example I want to call out is our first overnight event, which we hosted with Casa Circulo. With Measure K funds, the department purchased items like tent sleeping pads, cooking equipment, which are often barriers for people to go camping. And we did this with the hope of being able to introduce camping to families who may not have the opportunity otherwise. In our first year, we hosted one camping trip. In our second year, we hosted two, which was this year. Next year, we are slated to offer 6 camping trips with community-based organizations. And so as part of this event, we taught kids how to set up tents. We went on nature hikes. We talked about conservation. But probably the most important thing was staff taught kids how to skip rocks in the creek. And we made sure that everyone got to participate in s'mores. And that was also courtesy of Supervisor Slocum. And we've also changed how we conduct community engagement to make sure that everyone has a seat at the table. And so the two photos shown on the right, on top is Flood Park, where we partnered with Casa Circulo and Coron to make sure that we coordinated events around their schedule and what works so that their kids could participate in the process. And on the slide on the bottom was us partnering with Homework Central out of San Mateo to make sure that their families were able to participate in the Coyote Point engagement effort. So really making sure that we're going into the community and we're meeting people where they are at. And both of these have led to very effective efforts with regards to community engagement. Lastly, I'd just like to thank the Parks Department staff. I've said it before, I get to come in front of you and talk, but right now there are many men and women in the department who are out in the field right now working, making sure that our visitors have a remarkable experience. And there's people in the office making sure that we run smoothly, and so I do want to thank them. I also like to thank the County Attorney's Office, HR, and ISD, because without their support, we certainly would not be able to do what we do. And lastly, I'd like to thank the board and the County Executive's Office for all your support and empowering us to do what we do. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That brings us up to public comment. And we can have public comment. That'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment in Zoom now for item 6 for the Parks Department performance presentation. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
Okay, thank you very much. This brings us to item 7, which is a performance presentation by the Sustainability Department presented by Carolyn Blady, the director. Thank you, Ms. Blady.
Good morning, Vice President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. My name is Carolyn Blady. I'm the Director of the Sustainability Department, and I'm pleased to share our department's performance highlights for fiscal 23-24. The Sustainability Department is committed to building sustainable communities that fulfill the needs of both the present and the future. We prioritize community engagement, ensuring our programs are informed by broad input. We also collaborate closely with county departments and 20 San Mateo County cities to help integrate sustainability into everyday operations and long-term planning. Our key goals are shaped by this board's leadership, the adoption of the Community Climate Action Plan in 2022, the Government Operations Climate Action Plan in 2020 provide the framework for addressing the climate crisis. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to the impacts of climate change are top priorities for us. We're also focused on meeting state regulations designed to conserve resources for future generations. This includes advancing waste reduction initiatives and protecting our water resources by complying with state stormwater regulations. Reducing government greenhouse gas emissions supports the county's climate goals, bringing economic, environmental, health, and equity benefits to the community. As shown in this graph, transportation-related emissions from county fleet and employee commutes are key to our reduction efforts. One of our major initiatives is partnering with the Department of Public Works and county departments to transition county fleets to zero-emission vehicles. Through this partnership, we were able to leverage Measure K funding to secure $3.6 million from the California Energy Commission, which will help with this transition to build out the infrastructure and move to the acquisition of vehicles and meet the state requirements around EV transition. These cross-departmental collaborations not only reduce our carbon footprint, they maximize the use of available funding and streamline operations. We're also launching a redesign of SHIFT, our commuter program for employees, to meet post-COVID needs. Reducing environmental pollution, conserving resources, and promoting cleaner, healthier neighborhoods are key outcomes of our waste reduction efforts. We aim to reduce landfill waste by ensuring compliance with new state mandates, such as Senate Bill 1383, which requires organic waste collection for all residents and businesses. In 2023, we achieved a 70% residential recycling rate in county franchise area, exceeding state requirements. To support these efforts, we're hosting community events like electronics waste recycling drives, pictured here, expanding outreach efforts. Our school-based waste education programs reached 6,300 students, teachers last fiscal. Additionally, our edible food recovery program in collaboration with the 20 cities is reducing food waste while helping communities in need. The program is now donating 7.2 million pounds annually to the food banks, up from 5.5 million. Water is one of our most critical resources, and we work in collaboration with county departments to comply with the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board's regulations. These efforts help protect water quality by reducing pollutants and stormwater runoff that flow to our creeks, the bay, and the ocean. One key strategy is using green infrastructure, which includes features like the bioswale pictured here in the middle of the slide at Coyote Point that absorbs rainwater and naturally filters pollutants on site. Our department plays a key role in supporting green infrastructure projects at county facilities and assists cities and other agencies in advancing similar projects across the county. We track the acres of green infrastructure, and we met our FY 23-24 goal of 190 acres. Looking ahead, we'll continue working with county departments to meet increasing state mandates on stormwater regulations and ensure that we are complying with all the reporting requirements. Equity is a foundation of our vision for a sustainable future, one where every resident can participate fully and prosper. In the past fiscal, we built on our earlier work piloting the Equity Impact Tool and launched a department-wide equity playbook to standardize how these principles are integrated into our programs. This past July, we conducted an all-staff training on the playbook and the equity tools, which are now a core part of our onboarding process for new staff. We've also expanded our innovative on-call contracting model with community-based organizations to enhance outreach in hard-to-reach communities, growing from a pilot to now fully working with 10 organizations who we have on contract. Looking ahead, we'll measure our progress by tracking the percentage of department programs applying the equity tools, ensuring that equity is not just a priority but a measurable part of our program delivery. A key example of how applying the Equity Impact Assessment Tool has shaped our work is in our youth climate programs. These programs empower young residents through field trips, games, workshops, and retreats, equipping them to drive climate action in their communities. Last fiscal, 56% of our students participating in our youth climate programs represented low-income communities, highlighting our commitment to equitable access to climate education and leadership. And you can see how we've grown that percentage over the last fiscals. Another equity highlight is our Green Business Program, which provides local businesses with resources to implement practices that reduce pollution, conserve water and energy, and protect human health. In the past fiscal, 67% of the Green Business Program represents under-resourced communities. And by reaching these businesses, we ensure sustainability efforts are accessible and beneficial to all sectors of the San Mateo County communities. Through our innovative programs and cross-departmental collaboration, we've been able to ensure that the county remains a regional leader in sustainability. Our surplus property program worked with 10 departments, 55 nonprofits, and schools to reuse 1,167 items from the San Mateo Medical Building cleanout, saving money and reducing waste. We're also working with DPW to transition county facilities away from methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas, by replacing failing equipment with all electrical alternatives like the heat pump water heater you see here in the middle of the slide installed at the courtyard. And we've worked with a team of county departments to develop tools for them to assess capital projects for sea level rise risks in line with the county's sea level rise policy. This tool guided the Coyote Point Sanitary Sewer Improvement Project to elevate electric equipment as well as install reinforced manhole covers to guard against climate impacts during flood events. We've advanced sustainability across San Mateo County by collaborating with all 20 cities to align resources and expertise. Partnerships with city and county libraries have enabled us to expand our Fix-It clinics to underserved communities like East Palo Alto and Pescadero, reducing waste, empowering residents to repair and reuse household items. We partnered with 15 cities to develop public outreach campaign for the region to encourage keeping plastics out of compost, so we ensure that it's clean. Across the county, we're working on streamlining permitting for electrification, sharing resources for grants, and preparing education campaign on the benefits of building electrification. These initiatives highlight our department's commitment to scalable, equitable sustainability solutions that benefit all residents in San Mateo County. I'd like to close by thanking the board for your leadership, as well as the County Executive Office. Also recognizing my fantastic team, which allowed me to get up here and share these great accomplishments. And I want to give a special thanks to both Suki and Sherry for all they do in their role as the clerk of the board. Really appreciate your partnership and support. And I'd welcome any questions.
Great. Are there any questions? Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 7, sustainability's performance presentation. No hands raised.
All right. Thank you so much for your report. That brings us to the next performance presentation. It's item 8, a performance presentation by the Agricultural Weights and Measures Department presented by Director Corinne Whittle. Ms. Whittle, please go ahead with your presentation.
All right. Good morning, Vice President Canepa and honorable board members, Mr. Callagee, Ms. Rodriguez, and Mr. Niblin. I'm Corinne Whittle, the Director of Agriculture Weights and Measures, and I'm honored to be here today to present to you the department's performance for fiscal year 2023-24. The purpose and mission of the Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures is to protect agriculture and the environmental resources, to ensure the safe use of pesticides and provide consumer protection and ensure an equitable marketplace. Our department is made up of about 80% agricultural programs and 20% weights and measures. On the agricultural program side, we have 6 distinct categories, but we have 2 major programs. Next is our pesticide use enforcement is about 30% of our work, where we monitor the use of pesticides, investigate complaints and illnesses, and 60% of our work is in pest prevention services. Pest prevention services is a 3-tiered approach to invasive species control. Pest exclusion is our first line of defense against invasive species, where we monitor the major pathways such as air cargo at SFO, parcel shipments at FedEx and UPS, and truck shipments at wholesale and retail nurseries. Our second line of defense is pest detection, where we monitor for the most notorious pests that threaten agriculture, not only in San Mateo County, but also in the state and U.S. And if we do find a rated pest in our county, we work to delimitate and eradicate the pest as quickly as possible, or manage its population to keep it from spreading. To give you an example of pest exclusion, last fiscal year at SFO, we inspected almost 4,000 air cargo and shipments and rejected 32 of those shipments and found 27 ANQ rated pests. Most shipments going to SFO are from Hawaii, where the United States Department of Agriculture has a significant presence and mitigates most of the potential pests that could hitchhike to the mainland through California. Last year, we caught 3 separate shipments from the same shipper coming from Florida. There were shipments of exotic fruit, and they contained Caribbean fruit fly larvae. And these shipments, if they had gotten through, could have started an infestation here in California. In our pesticide use enforcement program, we monitor the use and investigate pesticide illnesses and complaints. Staff monitor 62 farm operations that use pesticides, 56 land managers, this includes municipalities, golf courses, and cemeteries, 158 outdoor pest control businesses, including maintenance gardeners, and 162 structural pest control companies. The pesticide use enforcement performance measure that we're highlighting today is our percentage of field worker safety inspections completed with a bilingual inspector. Of the 20 field worker pesticide safety inspections done during fiscal year 23-24, 14 or 70% of those were conducted with a certified Spanish-speaking biologist. So why is this important? One of the elements of our field worker pesticide safety inspections is to interview a minimum of 1 field worker where a pesticide has been applied within the last 30 days to assess whether their employer provided the proper training and the quality of the information provided to that employee. According to a farm worker health study conducted in 2021 by the California Department of Public Health, 88% of all California farm workers speak Spanish, 5% speak English and Spanish, and 7% speak indigenous languages. Being interviewed by a county regulator can be intimidating and stressful for a field worker. When our inspectors can communicate clearly with field workers to explain the process, allow them to ask questions, it starts to erode the tension of this interaction. Our weights and measures program can be split up into 4 major categories: service agents, petroleum, done in conjunction with devices, quantity control or scanner audits, and 60% of that is our inspection of commercial weighing and measuring devices. In 2023-24, 11,000 devices were inspected, and 95% of those were found in compliance. When devices are out of tolerance, they're red tagged and taken out of service until they can be corrected. 500 price verification inspections were done, or these are scanner audits, and that had 80 4% accuracy. For those stores found out of compliance, an administrative civil penalty is levied and a reinspection is performed. During 23-24, the innovations included procuring the field testing standard for electric vehicle charging devices. One challenge with testing vehicle chargers is what to do with the energy. So with our standard, we were able to purchase a cable in the middle to disperse the energy into our county vehicle fleet. In 2023, we were able to stand up our Ag ID program, which allows livestock operators to access their land and their livestock during evacuation orders. And in addition, we continue to update our department's website to make access to information easier and more clear. And we are able to utilize an online payment for our device registration. And for 2023 crop report, we held an As Fresh as It Gets art contest to bring awareness of local agriculture to middle school and high school students. In the past year, we have narrowed our focus in equity to concentrate on our weights and measures services, since these programs touch all consumers in San Mateo County every day, and most people don't realize there's a department that is watching out for them. Last year, we updated our weights and measures brochure to focus on outreach to the consumer. We had it printed in the 4 prominent languages in San Mateo County: English, Spanish, Chinese, and Tagalog. We are sharing these brochures at the Renaissance Center, libraries, and city halls. In winter of 2024, the department set a goal of creating an engaging and culturally sensitive outreach material to target groups that we've been challenged to engage in the past. With the purpose of raising awareness about the department's services, but also to address the unprecedented infestations of fruit flies throughout the state. Our intention was to utilize the appeal of the Lunar New Year celebrations and the symbolic role that citrus plays in the customs. We conducted 2 events at Lunar New Year festivals in Millbrae and Redwood City. And while we had the audience interested, it gave us a chance to talk about our weights and measures services and pass out a brochure. And last summer, we took the department's new Ag ID program before the board. This program allows ranchers to access their livestock during evacuations. And to do that, we engaged the community by presenting to the agricultural industry and employees of that community. We also utilized the Equity Impact Tool assessment to see which communities would be most impacted by this new program. One aspect of this program is training for anyone that applies for the ID. And during that coordinating training with CAL FIRE, we were able to use concurrent translation services for the participants. Our priorities for 24-25 will continue to create creative ways to address the ever-rising pest threats as people find new ways to import or smuggle fruit into California. We're also, in our Weights and Measures program, we're actively registering electric vehicle charging stations and implementing the new compliance program. And we are also updating our Weights and Measures brochure to speak to small business owners, especially those that are new to the business. And I'd just like to thank my staff for all the hard work they do throughout the year. And that is it. Any questions?
That's it. Are there any questions? Seeing none, that there aren't any questions, can we go to public comment?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Please click raise hand to comment on the Agricultural Weights and Measures Department Performance Presentation. No hands, Mr. Vice President.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. That brings us to Mr. Monowitz, Planning and Building. Mr. Monowitz.
Good afternoon, Vice President Canepa, Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Rodriguez. Thanks for the opportunity to present the Planning and Building Performance Report for fiscal year 23 to 24. If I could please get the slides. So first I'll talk about some of the priorities that the department's been working on. We prepare and update plans to meet housing, public safety, transportation, and equity needs. We balance development with protecting important agricultural and natural resources. We are continually working to improve our permitting process and customer service. We facilitate the production of farm worker housing and affordable housing, and we ensure safe housing conditions and mitigate displacement risks. So in the area of housing production, this slide shows the allocation we were provided in the last housing element cycle. The allocated units are shown in light blue, and the number of units produced are shown in dark blue. And as you can see, in the prior housing element cycle, we were successful in building the number of units we were allocated, with the exception of the very low income category. The bars in orange, the light orange, is what we've been allocated this round, which, as you can see, is significantly higher than what we've been allocated in past rounds. And the darker orange is the units we've produced to date, acknowledging, of course, that we're very early in this new cycle. Okay, moving on to long-range planning, where we implement and update long-range plans. This slide shows the dashboard we created to monitor our progress in implementing the North Fair Oaks Community Plan. You'll be hearing more about that this afternoon. And we also made progress on some very important projects. We collaborated with the City of Half Moon Bay on a transportation demand management project called Get There Together. Comments on that draft are due November 22nd. We successfully updated our protected tree ordinance, and we've made progress on the planned Princeton project. The picture in the lower right is an event we held at Supervisor Mueller's office on the coast side, where we introduced the game of floods, an interactive way for our constituents to learn about some of the challenges and choices that will need to be made in dealing with climate change. I also want to mention that we've made significant progress with our Highway 1 project in Moss Beach with granting from the TA. We continue to build on the work from past years to make those improvements. In the area of current planning, we're always working to streamlining the permitting effort. This just shows the volume of applications and permits issued over the past few years. Our performance standard is to try and get planning permits to the hearing decision maker within 4 months. And as you can see, we're not successful in meeting that performance target over the past 2 years, and I'd attribute that to a significant turnover in staff. And as you'll hear more about, we've filled those vacancies, and we are now making we're doing a lot better in terms of meeting this target. So we're also always working to improve our systems and to assist other departments in creating successful projects. In the area of system improvements, we've recently launched an upgrade to our Excella system. This is the online system where people can apply for permits electronically. We updated the accessory dwelling unit chapter of the zoning ordinance to make it easier and clearer to understand, and also to implement state regulations. Similarly, we developed policies and procedures for implementing SB 9, and we revamped and reorganized our zoning regulations to make them more accessible. In the area of capital projects, capital projects I'll address next, but I wanted to mention some other important projects, which included the Cypress Point Affordable Housing Project, the CSA 11 Extension Project in Pescadero, along with the fire station, and Coastside Fire Station 44 projects. This next slide shows the volume of building permits. We have consistently increased in the number of permits we process per year. As you can see, the last fiscal year, we set a record of 355 permits issued. And in the area of building inspection, we have two performance targets. The first is for our inspectors to inspect up to 14 construction sites per day, per business day. The volume of inspections called for didn't necessitate that, so we repurposed some of the inspectors' time to assist with plan review and building permit processing. The other target is to offer next day service so that when you call for an inspection, our inspectors will be out there the next business day, and we were successful in meeting that 75% of the time. Here's a slide where I wanted to mention some of the capital projects that we've assisted with. That includes a number of the PDU projects such as COB3, Cordilleras, and the Navigation Center. We also collaborated with the Office of Sustainability on implementing the REACH codes in the prior cycle and developing the new set of REACH codes moving forward. In the area of system improvements, we implemented an automated permitting program for residential solar panels, and we also completed our Excella upgrade on the business side of the house, where now everyone, including commercial projects, can submit online. Moving on to code compliance. This shows the case closure rate for open cases. Our target is to close at least 80% of the cases that get open per year in that same year, and we exceeded that target in the prior year. You'll note that 2 years back, we exceeded it by 109% because we actually closed more cases than we opened that year. I also want to recognize the Code Compliance Division for the major initiative it undertook to inspect farm worker housing on the coast side. We inspected close to 145 farms and pursued corrective actions where necessary to ensure the tenants' health and safety. Okay, in the area of equity, the Code Compliance Department also had a significant contribution in implementing what we call the red tag ordinance. This is where tenants of illegal, unpermitted units are displaced as a result of code compliance actions. And in one notable case this past year, we were able to recover payments of over $210,000 for those tenants. Also in the area of equity, our long-range planning division has initiated 2 important updates to our general plan. That includes an update to the safety element as well as a new environmental justice element. In the area of innovation, in addition to our Excella upgrade projects, we are exploring the use of artificial intelligence. We are in the process of negotiating a contract to move forward with a system that will help us do building permit plan review. And as you may have heard, our building division team recently took second place in the County Innovation Challenge for their AI project that they're calling Mateo. So finally, I want to thank all the staff of the Planning and Building Department. Recognize that many of them are new staff members. We've had 40% of our staff join in the past 2 years, 50% in the past 3 years, and this has really provided an opportunity to build a strong and collaborative team, and with that, we anticipate providing improved service moving forward. And I thank the board and the CEO for their support, and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Are there any questions? Yes.
Mr. Myers, can you update us on the status of the housing element?
Yes. So after our second submittal to the state and not getting a successful certification, we made a request, our second request of HCD to work collaboratively with us on a one-on-one basis so we can work through many of the issues that we thought we had successfully addressed in our prior submittals. That process has been going quite well. We've had a series of meetings with HCD staff, and we're at the conclusion of those meetings. We're putting the final touches on our sites inventory in a manner that we really hope and expect will address their needs, and our plan is to submit that to the state as soon as possible, hopefully before the end of this calendar year, and then bring it back to the board for your final adoption once we've gotten sign-off from the state. It remains a very high priority of the department, and we're committing a lot of resources to getting it done as soon as possible.
Great. And I just want to follow up with that question. If we don't move forward with the housing element, can you speak to some of the consequences and delay?
Sure. Well, we are absolutely moving forward, but the question is, can we get certification? Without certification, I think there's two primary consequences. The first you may have heard about, called the builder's remedy. That's not an issue that this county has had to face to date. There's many limitations, natural limitations on development in the county related to infrastructure, topography, other concerns that haven't made that something that anyone has tried to use here. I think the more significant consequence is not being eligible for certain state grants and funds. And that's one of the primary reasons why we are moving as quickly as we possibly can towards full certification.
Can you keep us updated? One of my concerns lies around OBAG funding.
Yes.
And if we do not sort of move forward in a rapid manner, judicious manner, we're talking real dollars at stake. So if you could just continue to keep when do you foresee that coming before the board?
We had hoped before the end of this calendar year, but given the back and forth with state HCD, it's looking more likely January.
So January.
Yes.
How many cities in San Mateo County have not submitted their housing element, or how many have been approved?
I do not have that number off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to
Mr.
get that to you.
Monowitz, if you could come back to the board, maybe through a written memo.
Sure.
And I'd like to understand what the other cities are doing. That would kind of give me a better sense of sort of where we're at the county level. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on that and ask, do you know how many counties in the state have not been certified? How many counties are in the position that we are in? I think it might be a good idea to compare ourselves to other counties. I do think that we as a board decide what changes we are willing to make in the housing element, and so it really will be a discussion for the board to have in terms of what we're willing to change so that it does get approved. We know that we are one of the most expensive counties in not just the state but the nation, and we need to take a serious look at what decisions we're making are impacting our inability to get our housing element approved. But do you know how many counties?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, and I'll include that in the members' memo I'll prepare for the board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, and I do think the county embarked on a good faith effort to get our housing element done. Up in Sacramento right now, there's increasingly discussion taking place in the legislature about the impact of third parties influencing whether or not these elements are being approved, and the inconsistency between the application of the rules from one jurisdiction to another based on third-party influence. And candidly, if ours gets held up, I want to challenge it. I want to get the discovery of who sent emails. I want to find out what happened, because I want the legislature to study what was done with respect to holding ours up, because I know how it was. I know the effort the county put in to put together a good faith element, and I want to know why it hasn't been approved and certified.
I'll I'll just add, I'm open to that, but I also think that there are certain things that we did not consider or have consensus on supporting. So, but of course, an objective review. I also want to just say that every community, every housing element has, the ability for community members to write letters of concern, or it's a public process, right? But I want us to be careful about how we navigate that. So we'll defer to your guidance through that, Steve.
Is there any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
In Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 9 on planning and buildings performance presentation. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
Great, thank you very much. Steve, and I see Will out there. We've heard a lot of conversation. I really think that in terms of the department, this has got to be the number one focus right now. And I look forward to the members' memo to see sort of where we're at relative. I know Supervisor looked at the county, but where we are relative to the cities and towns. Because my understanding is that a majority of them, or most of them, have already submitted. Their plan's been accepted. So I'd like to get that information, see how we can move forward, okay? With that, that gets us to the, I think we did public comment, Ms. Corzo, but thank you for your diligence. That brings us to the Department of Child Support Services, Ms. Cagno, Kim Cagno.
Good afternoon. Honorable Board, President Slocum, Honorable Board, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm happy to be here this afternoon to present our department's priorities and performance. Now and in the future, child support priorities are centered on modernization, flexibility, efficiency, and equitable services that aims to provide increased incomes to families in need. The federal flexibility, efficiency, and modernization legislation issued in 2016 by the Office of Child Support Services and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services empowers states to implement innovative approaches, leverage technology, and prioritize the well-being of families. California has begun to implement these mandated changes under what's called the FEM Final Rule, and I'll share a few of them with you. Since the inception of the Child Support Program in 1975, families that receive Temporary Aid to Needy Families, TANF, have been required to participate in the Child Support Program. They essentially sign over their legal rights to receive child support payments to pay back the state for cost of cash assistance. These cost recovery policies exacerbate pre-existing inequities for both the custodial and non-custodial parents of children receiving TANF. These families are statistically Black and Hispanic, making up approximately 46% of California's child support caseload. Assembly Bill 207, child support pass-through, was implemented in California in May of this year. This legislation lifted the veil for impoverished families by passing through these collections directly to families. Since its inception, California has distributed over $69 million statewide. Families in our county have received approximately $385,000 in increased collections. Parents who fall behind 30 days in making their child support payments are subject to suspension of their driver's license. Data analysis and public reports reveals that these are parents who are low-income earners, have a history of incarceration, mental health conditions, and debt that disincentivizes making payments and undermines family relationships. SB 1055 disallows the submission of the child support arrears for parents who are at or below the 70% of the county median income. This bill will be enacted in January 2025, and the hope is that this substantive change will allow for a more support-driven approach to child support enforcement and remove complexities to seek or maintain employment. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. Can you advance it to
Sure.
slide 5? Uncollectible debt. Should be slide 5. Back. That one, yeah. Fact, 46% of child support arrears owed are from current or former TANF participants. 41% of parents who owe child support have incomes below the poverty line, and these parents are subject to 10% interest on the unpaid debt. It's the next slide. Yeah. The debt does not expire. There's no statute of limitations, and the total statewide arrears owed is in the tens of billions of dollars. AB 135 establishes a framework of factors to determine debt owed to the government to be deemed uncollectible, thereby discharging the debt that has gone into the hands of children and families. In the coming year, child support professionals will be utilizing these factors to relieve parents of this inequitable cost recovery regulation. Priorities for our staff of child support professionals is centered around trauma-informed foundational training, improved cultural awareness, and safety and self-care. Trauma, by definition, is a deeply distressing or disturbing experience that can have a profound physical and emotional impact on a person. This inside-out work requires us to examine and recognize trauma in our own lives before we can effectively help others. We have begun the journey to embed trauma-informed mental health and well-being practices across the organization and create space for safe and courageous conversations and self-care rituals. Across the nation, child support caseloads continue to shrink for a myriad of reasons. In federal fiscal year 2024, we now have slightly over 7,100 cases. On the one hand, it allows us to focus resources on skill building of staff, to engage parents and focus on family-centric solutions. On the other hand, parents are deciding to forego involvement with government service. Despite the reduction in our caseload and continued reduction in funding for the program, our child support professionals continue to establish and modify child support orders, and we consistently collect and distribute over $30 million to single-parent households for the well-being of children. We strive to improve performance for families we serve. A recent strategic initiative was to evaluate the timeline from establishment of the child support order to the first payment sent to the family. With data analytics and passionate workforce striving to achieve positive outcomes for children, we exceeded our own expectations and reduced the number of days to first payment from 66 to 21. This year, we were recognized by the State Department of Child Support Services for the largest statewide reduction in this measure. We outranked the statewide average for cost effectiveness. For every $1 spent on program operations, we collect over and distribute over 3. We do this consistently despite continued reductions in our budget, and it's important to note that upcoming state and federal mandates that I talked about earlier are currently unfunded, despite efforts to educate the legislature about sustaining funding for the program. At the state level, the California Department of Child Support Services has identified diversity, equity, and inclusion as a department priority to address structural inequities and the unintentional harm caused to marginalized and underserved communities in the program. The major components of this plan are represented on the slide. The Equity Impact Assessment is a comprehensive report that lays the groundwork and provides disaggregated data as the foundational mechanism to assess the impact and effectiveness of program process by ethnicity, demographics, underserved communities, income thresholds, and history of incarceration, just to name a few. At the county and department level, we continue to engage in furthering our racial and equity plans. Our focus in building capacity and understanding the impacts of trauma tied to race, childhood experiences, and social and structural determinants that impact our organization and our communities. The trauma-informed pillars of safety, empowerment, peer support, and building trust is a culture we're striving to create. I wish to commend the County of San Mateo Family Law Facilitators Office for their collaborative partnership. In the past, participants who needed assistance would be instructed to show up before the FLF opened and stand in line and wait to be seen. This past year, we partnered with the FLF to schedule Zoom appointments to support flexible services to our customers. The response has been overwhelmingly positive, resulting in 67% attendance rate for the Zoom appointment to address their questions and provide access to these services. Our 24/7 Customer Connect portal is now available in Spanish and demonstrates the commitment to providing equitable services to the Hispanic communities we serve statewide. Changes to income may qualify a parent to request a modification to their child support order. A new electronic portal, eRNA, Review and Adjustment, was launched this year to allow parents to answer a series of easy questions, upload important documents, and submit their request within 15 minutes. We are monitoring the time frame to modification of the order and will report out the findings in the future. In closing, I'd like to thank the board for your support, and also I'd like to thank my executive team and our child support professionals who continue to accomplish the goals of the department. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I don't know that this is a question, but I just want to say how proud I am that through your leadership, this department has literally put food on the table of probably many, many vulnerable children in our county. That you got an award at from the state, I think is amazing. I think we need to give you an award. But I'm really impressed by not just the for every dollar spent, how much gets to children that need it, but also the cost effectiveness and the turnaround time from opening a case to getting payments secured for kids. I'm just in awe, and I hope the rest of the state follows your path. I also want to highlight that it's just really impressive that you've been able to do this while funding has decreased.
Yes.
I think it's an amazing example of how, through the right leadership, you can really get more efficient. But I also want to know what support you need and your department needs to go a little further. If that's what you think we need to do. And then I have a separate question, but I'll let you answer that one.
I think, we have had tremendous support from the board and from our county legislative leaders. They supported a letter this past year regarding the reduced funding, and they are always ready to have a conversation with me. The program is changing, and you see that through the lens of what I spoke about today. The importance of modernizing and also looking at populations that have been negatively impacted by the federal and state mandates that have existed since 1975. It's really important that we continue to stress that this program is helping families and reducing poverty. And, you know, to that end, we really are looking to be more family-centric. Services surrounding employment, wraparound services, those are things that currently, if we're attempting to do it, we have to pay for those services. I understand that there is federal funding that's coming for employment services to the participants that we serve, but we don't really know at this point the proportionate share that we'll get, and because we're a small county, that could be very minimal. So right now, we actually contract with Human Services Agency, workforce, in order to, you know, vocational rehab. They have been very helpful, but that also involves signing waivers about sharing data, and so that's really part of, we're serving a lot of the same customers. So in the future, it's important that we're able to share data across the agencies that are also serving children and families, and then also support at the county level for those employment services. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. And my final question is, are you concerned about how undocumented families will access or have fears about accessing services from child support?
It's a great concern. We just had our annual directors meeting for the California Directors Association, and that topic was discussed at length. It's too soon to tell, you know, what the new administration will be doing, but we do have undocumented participants in our caseload, and we will continue to serve them as best we can. We're beginning to gather data statewide on how many do we have in our caseload, and potentially doing some outreach to those individuals to help them understand that we will continue to utilize our resources to help those families in the hopes that they don't get scared off and, you know, not want our services. So it's definitely a great concern because it could result in greater decline of our caseloads across the state.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Please click raise hand in Zoom to comment for item 10, Child Support Services Performance Presentation. No hands raised.
Great. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the department heads for being here. Appreciate the presentation. Through County Council, County Attorney, I think what we're going to do is we will go into closed session right now, and then from there we will go back to item 13. So
thank you, Mr. Vice President. It would just be a motion to reorder the agenda to take the closed session now prior to the next item.
I move to reorder the agenda to take our closed session now before item, what item? 12.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. All those in favor? Can I do it?
Yes, you can.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Supervisor Slocum is absent for the motion. So, yes, motion passes. And the board is currently in recess. The time is 12:43 p.m.
We are now on item 12, a public hearing to consider amendment to the Planning and Building Department's Planning and Building Service fee schedules and the County Fire Marshal fee schedule. We'll start with this presentation from the department, Mr. Monowitz. Thank you, Mr. Monowitz.
Mr. Vice President, 1 second. For the record, the time is now 2:06 p.m. We're back in open session, and supervisors, 3 of them are present: Supervisor Corzo, Canepa, and Pine. Currently, Supervisors Slocum and Mueller are absent. Mr. County Attorney, is there anything to report out?
Nothing to report out. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Why don't we do that again? Thank you, Suki. We are now on item 12, a public hearing to consider amendment to the Planning and Building Department Planning and Building Service fee schedules and the County Fire Marshal fire schedule. Mr. Monowitz.
Good afternoon, Vice President Canepa, Supervisors Pine and Corzo, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Niblin. As was noted, this item is a proposal to update the planning fee schedule, the building fee schedule, and the fire marshal schedule. And the background here is, under state law, the county is authorized to charge service for fees for land and development planning service as long as those fees align with the estimated costs of doing business. So there were 2 main reasons that prompted us to do this fee update. The first is, as you heard earlier today, we are embarking on an upgrade to our planning Excel permitting system. So it's all online and automated as much as possible. And so to facilitate that, we felt it was best to reorganize our fee schedule. And secondly is that this update is long overdue. The department has not done a comprehensive update since 2004. And as you'll note on the last bullet in the screen, the CPI went up 56% during that time. With regard to the building fee schedule update, that was last updated in 2020, and the changes to that fee schedule are quite modest. Whereas the fire fee schedule was last updated in 2005, and so there are some fairly significant changes there as well. So with regard to the planning fee schedule, the proposed improvements will add fees for permit types that we don't currently capture in our current fee schedule. We're eliminating fees for permits that we no longer process. We've simplified the calculation of the fees, so it goes from a per unit rate to a flat fee. And we've done a really deep dive to make sure that these fees align with the true cost of providing the services. So here's the first page of our planning fee schedule, which is too small to read, but some of the highlights I wanted to identify was that the new fee schedule includes a section identifying other agency review fees. That's something that we've heard from our applicants before is, they weren't aware there were going to be these other agencies' fees at the end of the process. We want to make sure they're aware up front. Same thing goes for the mitigation fees. And we also made some clarification to fire and geotechnical review fees and when they apply. So as I mentioned, the department did a deep dive into assessing the true cost of providing our services. We did so by figuring out the average planner staff time, administrative staff time, and materials required to process each permit type. We compared our permit fees to other jurisdictions, including Santa Clara, Marin, Contra Costa, and Sonoma counties. And where we found outliers or anomalies, we adjusted them to ensure that they were consistent with what we were seeing in other jurisdictions. So the fiscal impact of the change to the fee schedule is the benefit is going to do a much better job of allowing the department to recover the true costs of the services we provide. In some, there were 14 fees that decreased, 11 stayed the same. The remainder were adjusted in accordance with what we felt was the true cost of the service. We did do an average, which is shown by this third screen. It's a gross average, so has limited application to each particular project. But just in general, what we're seeing is that when we average out the cost of all permits as they currently exist versus under the new fee schedule, it is an increase of approximately 69%. But if you remember, we haven't updated it since 2004, and the CPI is roughly proportional to that increase. And as far as the increased revenue that will be generated, we estimate that it will increase our revenue by 36%. Turning to the building fee schedule, there's really only two components to the changes. The first is we moved what we call the general plan update surcharge from the planning permit fee schedule to the building permit fee schedule. There's an important reason we did that. Just about all construction projects require building permits. Not all development requires planning permits. So we thought that this was a more equitable way to have everyone to contribute to the planning needs for the county that help everyone in the county out. And then the other significant change was that we are adjusting the fees in accordance with this CPI since they were last updated in 2020. We're also making it consistent with some features in the planning fee schedule, one of which I'd bring to your attention authorizes the director to waive up to 30% of the permit fee cost for projects undertaken by public agencies and nonprofits that will provide a public benefit. Moving on to the County Fire Marshal Service fee schedule. Like us, the fire department did a deep dive into the true cost of providing the services. They hired a consulting firm to help them do this. And what they found was that they could better recover costs by changing from a project valuation fee assessment to a project type and square footage fee assessment, which is similar to some of the changes we made. And then they expanded the type of fees that apply to capture certain services that had not been previously been captured, such as solar permits and special event permits. And here's just an example of the fire fee comparison between their proposed fee and their current fee. I note on the first line there's actually a significant decrease in the fire review fee for single-family residential. By moving from valuation to square footage, they've been able to dramatically reduce that fee. But by adding the additional fees for the other services they provide, they will still be able to recover the full costs of, or most of the costs of the services they provide. And I believe the fire marshal is on Zoom should you have any questions. I as well am happy to answer any questions you may have. And I'll just put our recommendation on the screen in case you want to reference it.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Monowitz? All right. With unanimous consent, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So we're unanimous. Okay, the public hearing is open. The item is sponsored by the County Planning Department. You've already heard from them, so we'll go straight to public comment. I'll ask the clerk to take public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't have any speakerships from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public hearing now open and for item number 12. This is for the fee schedule for the County Fire Marshal. Please raise your hand to comment. Final call, item 12. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
All right, let's bring it back to the supervisors and Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I just need to pull up my notes here. Was wondering about, one second, sorry. Actually, if anyone wants to go before me, that'd be great while I get my notes up.
Great, thank you very much. I just have a quick question. You had referenced the year, it's been 20 years for some of these fees. Can you just speak to that a little bit? And when it comes to the increase of fees or decrease of fees,
Yes,
a
I'd be
little
happy to.
sarcasm there. But on the decrease, I was joking. When do you make that assessment evaluation? Is it every 20 years for certain items, or?
That's not what I would recommend moving forward.
Okay.
I think it was just a matter of resources, the political climate, and evolving changes in procedures. One notable thing from all three of these fee updates is we are now proposing to have them automatically increase annually in accordance with the CPI, which will minimize the need for us to do this sorts of comprehensive update. But I would say that every once in a while the process changes. We add new permits. We don't process other permits, and so there will be the need. And I would say, in addition to incorporating the automatic CPI increase, that this department will make a more thorough effort to do this on a regular basis where needed.
Great. No, I think it's great that you're tying it to CPI, and it's exciting to see what this does, what this looks like moving forward. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I wanted to note that child care permits are, I believe, at $1,962 under the new fee schedule. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And what is our ability under Prop 218 to waive fees for child care facilities?
Well, I won't speak to Prop 218, but from my understanding of our fee schedule and the ways in which we've gone about waiving fees for other types of projects in the past, and I should have noted, we do waive fees for affordable housing projects as well as farm worker housing projects, and we will continue to do so. In both those instances, the fee waivers were adopted pursuant to a resolution passed by this board. And should there be a desire to waive fees for child care services, I'd recommend that it be done so through a separate resolution.
I'm very interested in exploring this. We know we have much less child care, many less child care facilities and spots than there is demand for in our county. So I'd love to have. I'd love to explore that, and I'd love to work with you to understand if, what the potential impact, like fiscal impact, would be if we were to do that. And then could you please share what other fees currently apply to child care facilities?
My understanding is that's a flat fee for a child care facility, so that would be it. I mean, we do have surcharges that get added. They're small percentages that cover the cost of county attorney's review and so forth, but other than those surcharges, I'm not aware of any additional costs. And with regard to the fiscal impact of waiving those fees, as we did with the waiver of farm worker housing and affordable housing fees, there was a commitment from the board to cover those costs through an alternative means, such as through the general fund, and that's what I would suggest you like to pursue this moving forward.
Thank you. I'd just like to note that my interest in exploring this is related to the report we heard from the Commission on the Status of Women from their Fund the Future report. It identifies childcare as a priority. So I'd love for us to explore that. Thank you.
Great.
Just to add in, I'd be very supportive of that direction as well. Child care is such a critical need in the county.
Great. Are there any additional comments? Do we have a motion from a supervisor?
I'll move forward the item.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Moved by Pine, seconded by Supervisor Corso. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with Supervisor Slocum being absent.
Thank Thank you so much, Steve.
You're welcome. I'm here for item 13 as well.
All right. This item on the agenda is item 13, an informational briefing on the North Fair Oaks Community Plan Review Project. And let me bring it back to Director Monowitz.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Canepa. Actually, I'm just here to introduce the team that worked on this important project, and so I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Acknan from Good City.
Thank you, Steve, and good afternoon, Vice President Canepa, members of the board. Hello to the County Attorney's Office, Executive's Office, and Clerk's Office. We are pleased to be here today. This is an effort that's taken over 2 years, and we've really enjoyed working on. Next slide, please.
You have the clicker right there.
Oh, I have the clicker. Okay, perfect. That works even better. My name is Aaron Acknan. I'm a principal with Good City Company. We're a local government consultant firm, actually based about a block from here in downtown Redwood City. I'm here with my colleague, Nora Kornblue. She's worked on this project over the past year. Unfortunately, Sabina Mora, who's been the project manager for this project and really carried about 80 to 90% of the weight of this project, is not here today. It's for good reason. She's on maternity leave, but I know that she's missing being here today. So I won't go over all of these details because we'll cover them all, and I know this has been a lengthy meeting, so we'll go through this quickly. What's unusual about this plan, and I applaud the county for doing this, usually when you see something like this in front of you, it's a specific plan, it's a zoning code amendment, it's a general plan. What this is an assessment of an existing plan, a plan that has over 400 policies and programs. It was adopted about 13 years ago. And it's an assessment/guidebook of what to do next within the plan. So it's unusual for cities or counties to do this. It's becoming more and more popular, but I think it's a great step to make sure that people are on board with the planning process that happened over a decade ago. So in terms of what this document is intended to do, number one, it evaluates the progress made within this plan over the last 13 years. It recommends implementation actions. So the thing that gets lost anytime you have a plan like this, when you have hundreds of policies and programs, it's difficult to focus on everything. So this is really a focusing exercise based on community outreach, based on interviews with county staff, what should be focused on over the next few years. And we also included a dashboard to gauge future process. So community members, the board, staff can all take a look at this and see how things are going on a month-to-month or year-to-year standpoint. So once again, this will be used as a planning tool. I recommend that during the budgeting, when you're budgeting and you're making difficult decisions, that you're able to pick up this document. Staff is be able to pick up this document and help guide what those decisions are. It will help staff understand. When you have a new staff member, sometimes it's very difficult to understand the policy documents that are there for existing neighborhoods, and this is a way for someone to get up to speed quickly. And finally, it's a way for community members to continue to get involved within their neighborhood. So this, as I mentioned, it has a summary of accomplishments, a table of priorities, and Noah will go into how to use this document, and a summary of current status of the 400-plus policies. And in the appendix, there's a detailed description of each that show exactly, if we say a policy was done and accomplished, you can see exactly how it was done and accomplished. And if it's ongoing, same thing. So we really want to hear today, this is an informational item, but we want to hear from the board about how this assessment can be used during the implementation phase, the continued implementation phase, and if there's anything that we missed as well. So we went to the North Fair Oaks Community Council 5 times during this process, and they were very helpful all around to guide this implementation document. I would say where they were the most helpful was in the community outreach phase. Sabina, who I mentioned, is a native Spanish speaker and native English speaker. She led the entire process. We had other folks out there who are also Spanish speakers. We wanted to make sure, as you would guess, probably 95% of residents out there did not even know that this was a document, so we wanted to make people aware. We wanted to not create standalone events. In general, there's event fatigue out there because there are so many outreach. We wanted to make sure that we went to places where people were to engage, and that's how we did it. We had a goal of collecting 200 surveys. course, this isn't a scientific survey, but you do have qualitative input when you have one-on-one conversations with people out there as they're filling out their survey. So we aimed for 200. I think we got about 350 overall. So that was a successful endeavor. And so here's kind of a breakdown. We also sent postcards to anyone who lives in North Fair Oaks, is a property owner in Fair Oaks, has a commercial business in Fair Oaks, inviting input. We created 2 videos, both in Spanish and English, that explained what a community plan is and what an assessment of that community plan is intended to do. We have a website where we got many unique visitors, and now where the assessment and dashboard is hosted. So in terms of incorporating community input, what we really wanted to do as we made these recommendations is make sure these recommendations are done through a community lens. Now, of course, during any type of outreach, you're going to have folks that want to do things that are impossible, and I think you need to be honest with them that this is what we're intending to do. But also, when you're doing this focusing exercise, I think it's important to listen to people about what their priorities are. And working with county staff, we made sure that what we heard was aligned within these recommendations. Here's a breakdown of demographics related to the survey respondents. North Fair Oaks Community Council, as I mentioned, we went there 5 different times. They provided great input. The last meeting was about 2 months ago when they sent this on. I think the key thing that we heard from them is they all wanted, it's a big document when you include the appendix, the assessment's over 300 pages. They wanted paper copies of this, both individually so that they could use those during future meetings to make sure the agenda items and actions are aligned with this assessment. And they also wanted to have this available for the community in the North Fair Oaks Library. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Noah for the next few slides to go over the technical review.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. I'm going to walk you through basically how this document can be used. It's a big document with a lot of detail in it, so I'm just going to use one example. And so we did a technical review of all of the policies within the 6 chapters of the North Fair Oaks Community Plan. So this included land use, circulation and parking, infrastructure, health and wellness, housing, and economic development. So based on, as you heard, community input, interviews, analysis of other county documents, discussion with staff, we gave each policy sort of and evaluated them and gave them one of the 4 statuses. So completed means it was done to completion. There's no additional work that's needed. Initiated and partially completed policies have been started but still need additional work. Ongoing refers to those policies that basically will be going in perpetuity or should continue for a number of years. And then not initiated are those that haven't yet started. But this could be for a number of reasons. So either funding, changes in priorities, or changes to state and local laws as well. So additionally, as you heard, based on community input, changes to state laws, we identified priority policies in the document to focus on in the near-term future. So I'm going to walk you through an example. Don't feel the need to read the slide. There's a lot of text, but just so you know what is in the document. So each chapter gives an overview of every policy within that chapter. It has a goal, and the goal for this one is support small and mid-sized businesses. Under that is policy 2A3, which really focused on the revitalization of commercial quarters such as Middlefield Road through technical assistance and funding. And so we took all the information, interviews, community feedback, existing policies, and gave this one a status of initiated and partially completed. So when you're looking in this document and you're saying, well, why did it get that? We have an appendix, like Aaron said, that really goes into the detail of why it was given that status. So there's a long table in the appendix. So basically, businesses on Middlefield Road were eligible for grants from the county, as well as technical assistance from the new North Fair Oaks Economics and Employment Center. And for this reason, we determined that significant progress had been made on this policy, but additional work could be done to complete it in full. And in addition to being in the appendix, this particular policy is a priority policy. And so it's listed in the priority policy table within the actual economic development chapter. And as you can see, priority policies have additional information as far as recommendations for next steps, and then an analysis of why we thought it should be prioritized. And all of these, the appendix, all of the chapters, the draft in full is available at www.nfoplan.com. In addition to the draft, we created a dashboard, and it's an interactive dashboard where you're able to visualize the progress made on all of the 6 chapters. So that number in the middle is the total number of policies in that chapter. And then on the dashboard, you don't see the numbers, but if you hover over the bars, it'll show you how many are ongoing, how many are completed. You can also sort through the policies, just look at each chapter one at a time, or you can go and look at all of the completed policies or all of the ongoing policies. So really the purpose of the website and this and the document is that it can be updated on an ongoing basis to help staff and decision makers such as yourselves understand what's been completed, what has yet to be started, and can also give the community a point of reference so they can see what's going on as well. And so with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Aaron.
Thank you, Noah. So in terms of what's been accomplished to date, we'll go briefly over this. You could check out a lot more within the plan itself. We'll go take 1 or 2 from each chapter. From a land use standpoint, I know this as a planner, doing this is not easy. Implementing a comprehensive rezoning program that was conducted in 2023 that involved a lot of community outreach and a lot of technical work. Also reduce parking minimums in priority development areas. Of course, reducing parking reduces the overall cost of housing, which is another big goal within the North Fair Oaks area. In terms of parking and circulation, obviously the project that got the most headlines over the last 5 years was the comprehensive reconfiguration of Middlefield Road, substantially completed as of this year. Also included in that is bike lanes and bike wraps, as well as ADA accessible sidewalks. Expanded the parking. One thing that we heard in every single North Fair Oaks community meeting that we went to is people at the podium saying that there was parking issues within the neighborhood, but this was relieved slightly through the expanded parking supply by developing and maintaining 2 surface lots. In terms of infrastructure, strengthening requirements for new developments to reduce water use and managing stormwater. One thing that I'll note, not the one that's highlighted here, but construction of the divergent structure to manage overflow of Bayfront Canal. This is actually a project I worked at when I was planning director in Redwood City. This was a collaboration between the county, Redwood City, Menlo Park, and Atherton, and the water collecting uphill and eventually going down to this area. But it is a huge project from an infrastructure standpoint for flooding in the most vulnerable areas. Health and wellness standpoint, development of improvement of 3 parks and green spaces along the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way, which is a big deal. It's not easy to get park space built on Hetch Hetchy right-of-way. Usually that doesn't happen, so that is impressive. Establishment of the Department of Emergency Services, that's happened since 2011. From a housing standpoint, as part of the housing element, identification of sites for affordable housing and removal of constraints that were in the code for those homes. And from a housing standpoint, also funding of nonprofit service providers for foreclosure prevention, homeowner education, renter protections, and homeless services. From an economic development standpoint, this is something that came to fruition over the last few years, which is the North Fair Oaks Economic and Employment Center services provided by Renaissance Center and Job Train. and a lot of small grants, especially during the pandemic, that went out to small businesses. So in terms of recommendations, I think the key recommendation here, one thing I glossed over but was important, we probably had 30, 40 conversations with staff. Newer staff sometimes didn't know this plan was in existence, but the good news was most of the time they were working on policies and programs that were in this plan. But I think establishing an interdepartmental team to track and manage the implementation of the community plan is extremely important, so everybody's on the same page across multiple departments. Regularly, about one question we got is how will the dashboard be updated? And I would say a recommendation is that you have to put someone on staff to be on point to update this dashboard so that whether it's the board or members of the community know that it's accurate information that's displayed on the website. And continue to target existing North Fair Oaks, and this is something the county does well, but continue to target existing resources in for NFO residents in multiple languages. So in terms of areas of focus, I think that there is still, just based on community feedback and based on the number of acres, park space per resident, I think community-oriented facilities such as pocket parks, community gardens, plazas, and neighborhood gathering spaces continue the momentum there. I think that's critically important. From a parking and circulation standpoint, come up with a parking management plan. You know, there is still parking complaints. I think it's both, it's bidirectional in that there's both commercial-based parking that's intruding into the residential neighborhood, and there's residential parking that's going into the commercial neighborhood. So coming up with a coordinated parking management plan that includes shared parking, unbundled parking, and TDM when it comes to new developments. The Bayfront Canal was great for flooding, but we all know the older neighborhoods within our county are the ones that are most susceptible to flooding. So continuing to collaborate with our uphill neighbors on flooding issues in the North Fair Oaks area. Expand safe and accessible routes for non-vehicle travel. Now, I think Middlefield Road has done a great job for kind of the north-south route, but also there's going to be east-west connections as you go there that you have to look at too as kids walk to school or bike to school. One thing that we've heard throughout the county is, one thing we heard is a lot of folks don't know out there about affordable housing opportunities, so really working on letting folks know when new opportunities arise. And then looking at the possibility of having some type of local preferential assignments of those units so that people who live in the work in the neighborhood also have access to those units first. Providing technical assistance for the existing businesses. The Renaissance Center would be great for this, but during outreach, I think a lot of folks learned that there's a lot of businesses that did not have existing leases, and making sure that those business owners know how they can best be there for the long term by getting the basics done and working with Renaissance Job Train on that. So we had Planning Commission feedback. Here's it on the slide. I won't go over it all, but there was great feedback and generally an acknowledgement that they thought this assessment would work well to guide the county over the next decade. So with that, we could take questions, and we're very thankful for the county for giving us the opportunity to work on this report.
Great. Are there any questions? I have a quick question. First of all, this was excellent presentation. They had talked a little bit about Dumbarton Rail.
Yep.
Now, Dumbarton Rail, unless you know something that I don't know, Dumbarton Rail is it's an expensive proposition, correct?
Right. Yeah.
And so, how do you address the issue of Dumbarton Rail? I know there's been some talk about looking at the Dumbarton relative to Dumbarton Ford with, express buses.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
So, you probably know just as much, or if not more, about me. I think this was a project 5 years ago that we were all focused on regionally, especially with Meta or Facebook at the time expanding there and really being involved from a funding standpoint. I think that my understanding is that interest in funding is not quite as there as they're looking at how their workforce gets to and from. But I agree. I mean, there's existing things like the Dumbarton Express or different bus services that can be used. I think it's working with with Meta and other employers in there to making sure that their TDM plans are effective and they take at least in the short to medium term, take advantage of bus service and other shuttle service and other opportunities out there. And then long term, we have to think as a region, like, what do we want to do to get people across the bay there and things, other than in buses and cars.
Yeah, and so what I would suggest is really looking at pathways to partnership. I know at MTC we're really looking at sort of this east-west connection.
Yep.
But when you're dealing with the Dunbar Bridge, and there's been I think a total of about $120 million put forth, right, through which I see you nodding here, various projects. I would just say, in terms of the reality of us moving through with rail, I think we're past that. I think we really need to make sure that we're looking at ways around using the infrastructure that exists and looking at bus path-throughs. There's some who say, Aaron, that this is great what's going on in North Fair Oaks, and I want you to just sort of alleviate any concerns. You talked a little bit about the extremely low income housing, but talk a little bit about the potential there. Some people think this is just gentrification. Can you speak to the work that you've done and just to reassure the public that this isn't about just converting a gentrified neighbor, but there are actually pieces in place to make sure people are able to remain in their community?
Yep. So I think, what is important to look at is, so from a new housing standpoint, let's say, there's a lot of state pressures. I think we all know there was a discussion about the housing element earlier. The state is requiring that a lot of new market rate units and affordable units be built in unincorporated areas, as well as every city within California. So I think the county has some of the strongest laws around inclusionary housing. I think, as we noted in this report, I'd say an area where you could continue to focus on is really getting the word out about affordable units, so that if there is a situation where someone can no longer afford their market rate unit, or they see that coming up in the horizon, that they know how to get on a wait list early. How can they get their friends and family on these wait lists for nearby housing? And really prioritizing that information, because it's really difficult to navigate the affordable housing, just affordable housing wait list. So really hand-holding people there, I think, is important. But the resources are there. I think the information needs to get out there. And then just building, and I think the county has this, and is doing a great job just building more affordable housing opportunities over the long term so people could stay in the places where they live and they work.
Down the road, something to consider. I hear you. Our wait lists, I don't know, it's in the thousands. Does that sound correct? If you want housing, I want to say it's at about 1,200, maybe around that number. I think what would be just sort of helpful is seeing what alternative pathways there are to housing, or to keep them in housing. I know we have, I think there's the 3 Ps. What is it? Preservation, production,
and I'm blanking on the last P, but yeah, there's the 3 Ps.
There's the 3 Ps,
yeah.
but we'll go 2 Ps. So no, I appreciate that, and this is great. I'm really glad that what you've laid out with your staff member is really going to be some work that we can build on. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment on item number 13 for the briefing on the North Fair Oaks Community Plan Review. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
Great. I just really want to thank you, Mr. Aiken. I think you served as the planning director in San Bruno and in Redwood City. Did I get that correct?
That's right.
Great. No, thank you for your service, and thank you, Mr. Monowitz, for bringing Aaron. Okay, appreciate it. Do you have any additional comments, Steve?
No, just a quick shout out to the county team. Will and Barat have worked really hard throughout their career on this, and so wanted to just express my appreciation for their work.
Hey, Will, thank you. I know the housing element's on the way, but thank you for all your wonderful work in this space. You've been pretty solid, especially adding additional units in terms of developing the housing element. And thank you. It's Barat, correct? Barat. All right. I believe there's no action taken on this item. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll now move to item 14, which is a resolution encouraging a mental health-focused lens in all county goals, programs, and policies in the county of San Mateo. I'm sponsoring this item with Supervisor Pine. I don't know, Supervisor Pine, if if I should turn it over to you first. Okay, great. I'm excited to present and sponsor this resolution, and thank you for your co-sponsorship, Supervisor Pine, that emphasizes a mental health-focused lens across all of San Mateo County's goals, programs, and policies. This resolution reflects our commitment to the well-being of our community, aiming to make mental health a guiding principle in everything we do. In January, we took a groundbreaking step by declaring loneliness as a public health crisis. This declaration highlighted an urgent truth: mental health challenges, including isolation, affect our community as a whole. By acknowledging this crisis, we recognized that San Mateo County's well-being depends on ensuring that every person has the support, connection, and resources they need to thrive. Our Measure K priorities, affordable housing, support for children and families, and emergency preparedness, are already strengthening our communities. These areas are crucial to mental wellness, providing stability, safety, and a sense of belonging. But we must go further. With this mental health-focused lens, we can create an environment where mental health wellness considerations are embedded into policies and programs at every level, promoting resilience and reducing stigma. This resolution calls on us to adopt a multifaceted approach that includes increasing access to mental health services, promoting social connections, and supporting vulnerable populations facing isolation, homelessness, or other challenges. It also emphasizes the need to address mental health disparities affecting vulnerable communities, low-income individuals, and people with disabilities, ensuring that everyone has equal access to resources and support. With this mental health-focused approach, we envision a San Mateo County where all policies and programs, from housing and transportation to public spaces, foster connection and mental wellness. By building partnerships with local organizations, assessing community needs, and integrating mental health into all our goals, we can create a healthier, more connected county for all. Let us build on this momentum of our January declaration and take this vital step for our residents. I kindly urge my fellow supervisors to support this resolution so we can make a lasting impact on the mental well-being of our community, including for our over 5,000 county employees who have endured a tough past few months. Together, let's create a San Mateo County where everyone has the opportunity to thrive mentally, physically, and socially. With that, I can give it to you, Supervisor Pine.
I think you've covered it well. Mental health is every bit as important as physical health. And having served on the Behavioral Health Commission for a decade, I understand the challenges ahead, but appreciate bringing the focus to this issue.
All right. We may move the resolution. I don't know if we have Dr. J. Africa with us here on Zoom. I see your hand, Dr. J. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to say thank you very much, and I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person. Speaking as the Behavioral Health Director for the county, I just want to appreciate you, the board, for their continued leadership, elevating the issues of mental health in the county and its residents. We are very grateful that you have really consistently supported our work, but more importantly, also the partnerships we have with many other organizations throughout the county. So more than ever, we know that raising mental health issues are really important in these times. And for any organization that are interested in consulting with us or partnering with us and wants to be involved, we certainly welcome that. Just want to again say thank you very much for this resolution.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dr. J. With that, do we have public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do have one speaker from Chambers speaking on this item. Marlon Jonathan Herrera Sanchez.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. I want to thank Supervisor David Canepa for passing or encouraging or presenting this resolution for adoption, because it is important that you continue to address the matter of mental health in this county. the Surgeon General of the United States has been telling us that one of the greatest epidemic in this country is the epidemic of loneliness. And in addition to their solution, and I want to encourage you all to adopt it, you should consider also creating something like senior halls, places where the senior or the elderly can meet so that they are not all alone. McDonald's, getting together at McDonald's or places like that is not enough. There should be such a thing as senior halls and other places where the lonely, the depressed, and the mentally ill can meet, get to know each other, and encourage each other to be productive, happy members of the society. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. It's good to see you, Marlon. I feel like everywhere I go, you follow me. It's good. With that,
let me ask Madam Clerk if there's any online comments.
Thank you. Yes, we do have one hand raised at this time for item 14, and that's Martin Fox. Please unmute and begin. Martin? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, because earlier today, you heard a number of practicing doctors and technical people. Redwood House is an essential part of the recovery process for the vast majority of people being discharged from treatment facilities in this area, not just San Mateo County, but Stanford contributes as well as the local county facilities. I don't think you have to look too far to address the loneliness of family members and their loved ones when they have to go miles and miles out of their way to assure their recovery. It should be obvious from what was said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. No further hands, Mr. Vice President.
Okay, with that, I'll make the motion to adopt a resolution encouraging a mental health focused lens in all county goals, programs, and policies in the county of San Mateo.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Sure. Before I do that, Vice President, I do have one written comment that I just got. Let me just read that off from Thomas Weissmuller from San Mateo. I support the content of this resolution, but not sure what is being accomplished. My perception is what needs to be fixed. It is a, quote, feel-good resolution, or is it covering up something? Does it have anything to do with Luis Rogers' sudden retirement announcement? Question mark. So that's end of public comment. I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo is absent. Supervisor Mueller? Thank you. Supervisor Slocum is absent. And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to introduce a resolution today, item 15, which is a resolution encouraging the transition from paper to digital to reduce expenses, decrease our environmental impact, enhance transparency within the county of San Mateo. Again, I'm pleased to introduce a resolution today that calls for the county to transition from paper-based practices to digital systems to reduce expenses, decrease our environmental impact, and enhance transparency and accessibility. This forward-thinking step that aligns with our community's values of efficiency, sustainability, and accountability. And I want to acknowledge the work of the San Mateo County Sustainability Department for its assistance in crafting this resolution, the work that they've done to date. Transitioning from paper to digital format has the potential to significantly reduce costs associated with printing, storage, and mailing. Studies have shown that moving to digital can save municipalities thousands of dollars annually. These savings can be reinvested into services that directly benefit our residents. In addition to eliminating the need for physical documents, that reduce the cost of paper, ink, and office supplies, resources we no longer need to purchase or manage. Paper waste is also a major contributor to deforestation, landfill overflow, and carbon emissions from transportation. By reducing paper usage, we are taking a concrete step to protect our environment. The digital transition allows us to reduce our carbon footprint and make a meaningful contribution to achieving our carbon emission reduction goals established through our board's leadership, thank you Supervisor Pine, action of adopting the Government Operations Climate Action Plan in 2020. The resolution also enhances transparency as digital records can be easily accessed, stored, and shared with the public, creating more transparency in government processes. Lastly, digital document management systems have benefits around document retention, accessibility, and transparency. County departments have made tremendous strides toward transitioning to digital formats through their innovation and hard work. Whether that be the migration to the new countywide contracting system, transitioning client records to digital management systems, or moving from paper-based expense reporting to online. I've also asked the Sustainability Department to develop a toolkit that departments can use as a resource for their own digitization projects. I'm bringing forward this resolution to encourage the reduction of paper usage by implementing measures to promote digital document management across all county departments, including the development of supporting strategies and resources, and directing the county departments to align their policies, procedures, and practices with the objective of minimizing unnecessary paper usage. And so those are my comments, colleagues. Are there any comments or statements on this item? Seeing none. Public comments?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do have one speaker, Marlon Jonathan Herrera. Do you want to speak on this as well? For item number 15.
Yes, if that can make the work of helping the mentally ill more efficient, I think that would be a good thing. And also to provide law enforcement, I don't know if that's the case, with information about those who may be suffering from mental illnesses, because many a times people who are mentally ill, if they are in the case of bipolar, people who are manic depressive and bipolar, if they're in a manic phase, if this information is readily available to law enforcement, they can be better prepared to deal with a person who they fear they may be either in danger to himself or herself or to the public, but who's only really in a manic phase. This person does not need to be, say, thrown in jail, but taken to a hospital. So if the purpose of having this in a digital format so that it's fully and thoroughly available to law enforcement, that it's for the better. It's for the better, and I thank you for what you're doing.
Great. Thank you. Are there any written comments or additional comments?
Thank you. No written comments, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 15, encouraging the transition from paper to digital. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
Great. I'll move the item to adopt the resolution encouraging the transition from paper to digital to reduce expenses, decrease our environmental impact, and enhance transparency within the County of San Mateo. Motion.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Thank you. Supervisor Canapa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with Supervisor Slocum being absent.
All right. That brings us to, we've come to item 16, a resolution authorizing a grant of Measure K funds not to exceed $50,000 to Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse for Domestic Violence Legal Support. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you, Vice President Canepa. Yes, I respectfully request that the board approve this Measure K discretionary request. This is to Communities Overcoming Relationship Abuse. It will be used to increase the availability of comprehensive legal services to domestic violence survivors. And, as we know, CORA is an essential partner in our work to address intimate partner violence in our county. And this has, the Domestic Violence Council has identified legal services as one of the greatest areas of need for survivors. We have many survivors in this county who are impacted and find it extremely difficult to navigate the legal system as it relates to domestic violence and child custody matters. And just request support in approving this.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. Public comment in chambers and then remotely.
Thank you. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Please raise your hand to comment for item 16, District 2 Measure K item 2, CORA, Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
Great. Supervisor Corzo, do you want to make the motion?
Yes, thank you. I motion to approve item number 16.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Roll
Take
call,
the roll
please.
call. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with Supervisor Slocum being absent.
Great. Thank you very much. We've come to item 17, which is the final item. I'm sponsoring this resolution authorizing a one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $500,000 to the San Mateo County Historical Association to expand programs and galleries, and authorizing the county executive designee to execute the grant agreement. The San Mateo County Historical Museum, just across the street from us in the Old County Center, up until 1955, holds a very special place in my heart, and probably all of ours. The old courthouse has been a gathering place in the center of our community since 1858. Today, it has been transformed into an incredible museum that features interactive experiences, as its exhibits are the place where you can explore the county's rich and colorful history, including its original inhabitants, the Ohlone people, who lived in the area about 4,000 years before European explorers arrived. With the addition of the carriage house being constructed now, the museum is taking an incredible transformation. And now I'm proud to say, with the $500,000 Measure K grant, $500,000 Measure K grant we are approving today, the museum is transforming yet again with its new natural history gallery. The gallery will provide insights into the geological, biological, and paleontological history of the peninsula. Visitors will have the opportunity to explore a collection of rare fossils and skeletal remains, shedding the light on the prehistoric evolution of the region, including mammoth mammal that inhabited the area 12,000 years ago during the Ice Age. I want to thank the current board and the President's Advisory Board, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome the museum's president, Mitch Postal, speak about this incredible transformation. I think Mitch has I don't think it's a gift, but it's an unveiling.
First off, I'd like to thank you, David, and all the board supervisors for your interest in the activities of San Mateo County Historical Association and its museum. We're at the end of a big fundraising time for us. We hope, as County Manager Mike Callaghy knows, we've been doing this now for several years to raise about $23.5 million for major improvements at the museum in Sanchez Adobe and other places, and we only have $2.5 million to go. Maybe after today I'll be able to say $2 million, but a big part of that is this natural history gallery, which will be the gateway into the new addition, into the carriage house addition, and this will it will enlighten a lot of people about what life was like here far before there were people. And among the critters during the Ice Age was this amazing animal. If you can imagine, this was a giant, short-faced bear. Weighed about 2,500 pounds. That would be about 3 times the size of a grizzly bear. It's estimated by scientists that there were about 500 of these beasts in the Bay Area at one time. And if you can imagine, back during the Ice Age, you could walk from San Francisco to the Farallones. Wow. And in between was this vast savanna of all kinds of animals, carnivores and camels, all kinds of ancient elephants, mastodons, mammoths, short-legged rhinoceroses, many animals they were called megafauna, that have completely disappeared. And a big environmental question is, why did animals, these huge beasts, disappear all at the same time toward the end of the Ice Age? And we'll be encouraging thought about that, research about that, as part of the ongoing activities of the gallery. And we're very pleased that we're to this point, and if there's any questions, I certainly can take them.
Great. Are there any questions for Mitch? Seeing that there are no questions, do we have public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Click on Zoom. Please click Raise Hand to comment on District 5 Measure K item to the San Mateo County Historical Association. No hands raised, Mr. Vice President.
Great. Thank you very much. Mitch, I just really, I really want to thank you. We've served, I've served on the board, I don't know, it must be 15 to 17 years ago. And I think what you've done with the museum, moving it from CSM to downtown Redwood City and what it's become, is your work is pretty amazing. I look at the carriage house every day from my nest, but you've done a wonderful job, my friend. I think the way you're able to build consensus amongst people and to get things finished and completed is amazing. So I just want to tip my hat to you. With that, I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing a one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $500,000 to the San Mateo County Historical Association to expand programs and galleries, and authorizing the county executive or designee to execute the grant agreement.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Pine?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. And Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with Supervisors Slocum and Mueller being absent.
Great. Thank you so much. And I want to thank everyone in the public for hanging in there. And we'll adjourn this meeting, and happy Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Well, that time is now 3:08 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned.